Okay. Yeah, we're good to
Want
go.
to stream too?
Yes, I can do that. To Twitch. Live!
Wow.
Okay.
No.
It begins.
Never. Well, not never, but not now.
What's up, all you gays and gamers on Twitch?
Gamers. Well, they wouldn't watch. They'd all be playing Baldur's Gate. It's just how it works.
God damn it, you're right.
They're all either playing or watching Baldur's Gate. They have no time. No time.
Or both.
Real.
Or both. They're watching Baldur's Gate while playing Baldur's Gate.
Correct.
Like roughly 30% of the global population. Okay, so last time on Gaiul Rackentha, welcome to session 42, which I have not been in the habit of saying the session number, but
as it gets higher, it feels...
Yeah, it's interest. I feel like it gains weight the higher it gets at this point.
Good lord.
It's been a while. So last time on Gaiul Rackentha, having arrived in Matla, the squad immediately left Matla in order to attend the opening day of Loka's Tavern, the Dragon's Hoard, right? That was the name of it, correct? And had a good time there. A surprising visitor in Sir...
Theodosio.
Thank you.
I got you.
Sir Theodosio. As well as in Zerga and Guinevere, a intermittently invisible Guinevere. Just to see and check in on what was her property at one point, is now a rejuvenated tavern under the careful eye of Loka, having poached several members of nearby other associated taverns to create a new, more interesting, better tavern.
Super tavern.
With some chill vibes.
Well, sure is no more friendly competition there.
There was never friendly competition to begin with.
Combative. Aggressive competition.
Logan just starts a chain tavern, buys out every single thing.
Becomes a baron of Tanara. That's the post-campaign.
Oh god.
Tavern mogul Loka.
Legit, actual high society Loka.
Have a plaque that's like
a foothold. Oh no!
There's a plaque that's a picture of Sultan Samarabi visiting the Dragon's Hoard Tavern.
God.
Shaking hands.
After visiting and having an all-around good evening at the Dragon's Hoard, the reunited quartet of adventurers teleported themselves, used the teleportation circles to get back to Matla, just in time, about a day and a half, couple days before the Harvest Festival, and ventured down the road into Fendil to finally return to the Rose Grove Orchard, where Pejmina got to see her family again for the first time in a very long time. You all learned a number of things about Peshmina and her folks' history somewhat, as well as some of the goings-on that have been happening in Matla recently. You've all heard tell of the referendum that the Arbiters have been speaking of for a while now, that of unknown prospect, even to the extent that several of the members of the town, notably the clerics of Bahamut would not actually talk to you about it unless you'd spoken to local residents. Finding out that the Haraxan Coalition has presented the people of Matla with a bit of an unfair choice.
An ultimatum, so to say.
Very much so. That the people of Matla either effectively surrender themselves to Haraxan rule, with a long list of stipulations and representations and otherwise negotiative documents of assimilation. Or the Haraxan Coalition would do so anyway, but forcibly. It seems that from the sense you got from the Rosegroves, Wilmorn and Ophistine, much of the countryside is fairly divided on the topic. It being a very war-torn land, there, and with very little central architecture in way, or infrastructure in way of war making, a lot of folks don't think they would be able to put up much of a fight if things were to break out. But others still think that they have a shot, and if there is a chance, they need to take it.
In all the meanwhile, there's a festival.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, there's the Harvest Festival that is about to happen the day prior. And we left off last session, the night before the beginning of the Harvest Festival, having agreed to effectively come back to Central Matla alongside the Rosegrove family and the last remnants of the winery's business goings, traveling back up the road into Central Matla just in time to set up for the festival, with Peshmina and Zeran wandering the grounds and eventually coming up upon a fountain garden. But while these two were having a slow jaunt and a long conversation, Hasan and Loka, back at the estate of the Rosegroves, you've got some time alone to yourselves, or I guess with Hasan has taken some time to himself to write some letters in the family's book nook. And Loka, I think at some point there, shortly thereafter, you're just kind of left in the living area with Wilmorn. Just kind of hanging out in the living room. He kind of regards you. He's not really sure what to do or how to interact with you necessarily. What are y'all getting up to?
So, to briefly, I guess, resolve what Hasan was doing. You remember, you read over the letter I typed out into our chat?
I do.
Okay. Hasan is sending mostly, not exactly identical, but informative letters to various contacts. I guess mostly just, besides Tolfendalai, is sending also letters to Feihu, and to Feihu, updating her on the situation of the Haraxan Coalition. Because that's a hell of a revelation. And 2, also is writing in his little secretive notebook as well. The one with the unknown associate. Saying, I'm not quite sure if my rather unnecessary defense, a copy of it on my unnecessary defense has made its way to the archive yet, or made it through the whatever bureaucratic processes it needs to be processed through. But I will have you know that I feel myself grimly what's the word? Not exactly justified. That thing.
Vindicated?
Vindicated, yes, vindicated. That's the word. I feel grimly vindicated. And will tell the associate of the goings on as well of expansionist maneuvering by the Haraxan Coalition. So
Understood.
That's what Hasan is mostly all writing out.
Makes sense.
And sorry, I super didn't write all of that out.
No, don't worry about it. If you wouldn't mind just sending me who you are sending those additional letters to specifically, that'd be great. That'd be good to know.
Yeah.
I think at some point, kind of in this living space, if you haven't yet wandered off Loka, Wilmorn's just kind of like, so you like, camping?
What is camping?
Oh, you spend a lot of time outside, you know? Kind of, and you sleep
like
under the
chat.
stars, and, you cook food over the fire, and you have a beer with friends, and maybe do a little hunting, hiking.
Oh! That's kind of what all of us have been doing for the past, couple months. So, yeah, I suppose I like camping.
Good. Good.
So you must go out on a lot of adventures too then if you like camping.
I certainly like camping. It's one of my more favorite things to do. But with the rosary we don't or the winery we don't we've got kind of a lot to handle here, so we don't tend to go out too much. Maybe an outing here or there.
Do you like try and find unexplored ruins or like what do you all do?
Oh, we well, I go fishing sometimes. We experiment with Ophistine, trying to find out new types of wines we can make with our winery.
I have a question. Why do you call it fishing when it's just hunting? You know what I mean? Like
Full blue screen. Full blue screen.
I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna go fishing when I'm in the ocean because that doesn't mean anything.
No,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, I'm just hunting for food. Isn't that what you like? Isn't it just hunting?
Yeah, it's not like we call it like deering or mammaling. And we go, huh?
Well, sorry to make you question the fundamental.
No, that's
makeup of your
really
world.
That's really interesting. Huh? And so you're friends with Pashmina?
Yeah, best friends.
That's good to hear. And from so far away. That's fascinating. That's such a delight. I'm glad you get along well.
Of course, it's really hard not to.
I think Wilmorn seems very comforted by that, because it's like, oh, my daughter's a social butterfly. Yes. Would you care for? I've got a few more things to back up on as we go. I'm gonna be about that. Would you care for a drink? I'm sure we'll be settling down fairly soon, so feel free to raid the pantry for any snacks or whatnot.
You're gonna have to describe to me what you consider to be acceptable rating, because you have to understand my history for rating was take everything and kill everybody. So, yeah, like, I don't think you want me to do away with any kitchen staff. But I will take a lot of food if you offer it.
Wilmore seems to be re-questioning his consideration of Peshmina's friend group, potentially. You know what? I'll just, let me know if you're hungry, and we'll make you something. All right?
Okay.
All right.
I'm sure I'll be okay.
Excellent. I'm gonna go make sure that everything's in good shape for the journey in the morning. And you'll kind of like regard you curiously and then kind of scuttle off.
Oh my god.
Loka, I think Loka is just gonna start to explore
Yeah,
because nobody has really told him what the boundaries are,
for sure.
and so he is going to. I think he's just gonna go everywhere that he's allowed to go,
Like within
until someone
the
tells him to stop.
estate itself, or like
Yeah.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, there's not really anywhere that's off limits, especially here. This is largely living space. I think at some point you encounter some closed and or locked doors that are definitely just like individual people's quarters. But like, other than that, it's a big house for many families. A lot of which are absent, hence the locked doors. As a large portion of the estate's population is either en route or already at the festival gatherings.
I see.
Yeah, there's kitchens, pantry, lots of living quarters, kind of a nice big courtyard, internal, external gardens. The place is just packed with plants. And more than you would expect from like a wide variety of differently regional plants. Like you see a couple things that you recognize. Like you see a like almost terrarium style, like heavily watered planter that's got some like algae and like subaquan plant growth from the west coast where you're from. You see like little like samples of cactuses and whatnot from the Phasia. Like there's a wide collection of like, I guess you'd consider potentially like exotic or rare plants around here.
I think Loka inspecting the terrarium is gonna be like,
Crap, I didn't know they had that. That's so tasty.
Oh no.
and so Loka is going to get into the terrarium.
I mean, it's like a foot square. It's not very large.
Oh, damn it. That's so sad.
It's
I guess
just
you can
enough
still
to
go
have a
digging
sample. You can
around
still
it.
like shove your arms in there if you want to.
Oh god.
Yeah, I think there's a plant in there that's like an actual like fish snack.
I'm gonna
I
roll
don't
to see
know.
if just anyone is around.
I hope there is.
It's not likely because, like I said, most of the house is empty. Yeet. Looking at like 15 or higher. Yeah, nope, absolutely
Oh.
not. There's no one even in like the wing that you're in.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, so I think he doesn't eat all of it.
You
But
leave bite marks.
Yeah.
Like a cat, like a house cat.
Just water all over the ground.
yeah. Is he proud of himself afterwards? Yeah. He's very content.
It does taste a little odd. Clearly, they've had to add something pretty intensive to the water to get it to grow properly in this climate. So it's not quite as satisfying. But I mean, hey, home sweet home.
Listen, you were told to help yourself if you were getting hungry.
That's true. They did say that.
You were told that.
And it is a good snack.
Actually, I think there is like one other person in this wing that may hear some amount of disturbance. Hey, San, are you done writing those letters?
Yes. Yes, he is.
You hear an intense sloshing from the floor below you.
Standing Stone, Loka, I presume all of that noise is you downstairs?
Mid-act.
Face
All-knowing
in fish
voice.
tank.
You hear Loka speaking, but it is drowned out by water noise. Like
Oh.
just sloshing and
Yeah, those rumbling and stuff, Mom. It's so tasty.
Oh god, Loka, you're not eating pet fish. Oh god, Loka, he just like gets out of the. He just sort of runs out of the library and tries to go looking for Loka. And what does he find? What are you hand or head first in right now?
So I mean, I was trying to look up very quickly, and then I decided not to because I thought the bit was going to be done, and now I'm regretting that decision. I was going to look up like what plants are fish food, but so Loka has like a tuft full of some sort of plant pulled out of a small terrarium.
Could be just a straight up type of seaweed.
That could be too, yeah.
Sea grapes or something. That would be cute.
Duckweed.
And
That'd be very common.
there's definitely like stuff hanging out of his mouth as he's about to just put more of it in, and he locks eyes with you, and he kind of has a hand right by his mouth, and he just and eats it.
Facepalm. Just facepalm for facepalm. Look, those typically are not meant for eating.
They're meant for eating where I'm from. It's a tasty little snack.
Not here, Loka. That's decoration. That is. Here's the thing you need to understand about most land-based animals, Loka. When they can't live somewhere, they like to create little, how do you say, miniature versions of different landscapes from other places.
Okay, but I've seen gingerbread houses, and they don't make any sense to me. Like, that's just a snack that you're making into a house. Just eat the snacks.
Yes, the thing is, gingerbread houses are entirely fictional places, Loka. They are entirely fictional and not meant. Well, they are entirely fictional and meant for eating. Terrariums are meant to be looked upon fondly by people who enjoy looking at plants, who would know. I know that's going to sound incredibly stupid to you, but that is what people like doing. We do it a lot at the archive. It's not meant for eating. Get your hands out of there, for God's sake!
No! That's tasty! Why else would you put snacks in? Stay off of me, head son! Once it's mine!
Just starts trying to pull him out. Oh, I'm guessing mostly futilely. That's a natural 20.
To pull me out?
On what?
Hold up.
Are you looking at athletics?
Yeah.
Physical's just literally trying to pull
Loka away from, get his hands out of the freaking, out of the cookie jar, essentially.
That's a 27. I rolled a 19, but still.
That we.
All right, I think we respect natural 20s in this house, right? But given your non-proclivity for strength, you succeed, but I think this gets messy.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You can definitely, I think you definitely managed to like wrench with just like pure like adrenaline at seeing Loka messing with this clearly finely crafted terrarium. You managed to wrench Loka's arm out of this fish tank. But Loka, I'm pretty sure you do not let go of whatever you had gotten your mitts on inside the aquarium.
Okay.
So
For a moment, I thought the whole thing was just gonna fucking crash into the ground.
It teeters dangerously, but you end up like pulling basically the like full grip of seaweed out of the bottom of the terrarium, and I'm gonna go ahead and say like probably roughly half of the water along with it. Which is just like cascading down onto these wooden floors.
He's just like holding Loka up like a tiny like Simba style almost.
Set me down! Set me down, you winged bastard!
His son like groans and just drops him on the floor.
Loka with no teeth bites your leg.
His son just starts kicking.
Oh no.
All right, we're gonna make that roll to see if anyone's around again.
As Luca screams.
Yeah.
12. I was looking for a 15. You are alone for the time being, but the noise has garnered attention, and you're starting to hear footsteps.
Look out, somebody's coming.
Then you better get out of here.
He casts prestidigitation to just dry up the water, I think, if he can.
Yeah,
Spilled
absolutely.
onto the floor, and just starts like pulling Loka in a direction.
Just continuing to snack.
Yeah, like he's following you because he has to, but now he's just snacking on what little bit of seaweed he has left.
You know, I was talking to Pashmina's dad, and he said that I could raid the pantry if I got hungry. So I did.
Pantry. It's not a pantry.
What is it then?
It's a terrarium. It's
What's
art.
a terrarium?
It's art. It's a museum. It is a menagerie of foreign plant and animal life that meant to simulate the landscapes of larger environments using smaller plants and objects, and it's not food.
I mean, it does taste kind of funny, but it's still good. It's still food.
I'm happy you're happy, Loka. We are in another person's home, and we are in Pashmina's family home, and we're destroying their artwork. Okay, wonderful.
I don't understand how it's art. It's not painting on a wall. It's just
Art
theory.
is subjective, Loka. Many things can be art. Do you want to have this conversation? Do you want me to get into the philosophical trappings of art, of what is art and what is not art? Do you want me to talk about that?
The mental image of you talking about art, and you just see like lines of like the family lineage, like literally on the walls right now, staring down at the both of you.
There's a, like, if you've ever seen those, like, literally larger than full-size paintings of, like, the foundational Rose Grove matron, just, like, looking directly down at the two of you from a stairwell. Permanent frown creased onto her lips.
Oh no.
I mean, yeah, talk to me about art, baby. I want to know, because apparently gingerbread houses are now an art form.
They are.
I think we were going to cut exactly from there. Back to Peshmina and Zoran, wandering the grounds. It is very much evening at this point.
I'm in tears. God.
I have to keep muting myself.
Mhm. I had to mute myself that entire time.
I mean,
I love
okay.
these two.
That's why you don't let me go first. I will only get up to no good. I will only get up to no good.
That's
I have
why
no
we let you go
plan.
first.
I'm crying. God.
So I think we were heading back to the estate.
Yeah, I
believe
think we
so.
were.
So we probably come in at the tail end of that, or the
Yeah.
middle of that,
Here,
or like.
all right, give me a second.
Yeah.
It's a long, quiet walk back. We love luck checks in this house. Oh yeah, so that's over a 15. You like head in one of the little side doors, and you like pop in, and we're just gonna cut in right there. Like, Loka has a fistful of seaweed. Part of it is in his mouth. there is a terrarium in the background that is half empty, and they're now empty of seaweed entirely. And I think Hasan is red through his feathers.
Oh my god.
No one else in sight, though.
Hold on, let me find a gif of just like...
You see, Loka, art in about a century ago took a turn. It used to have a very, how do you say? It used to just be painting on walls. Yes, painting on walls was incredibly popular. However, at the turn of last
Looks
century...
at Loka's hand, just like, is that seaweed?
Yes.
Yes, Pashmina, don't interrupt him. He's going on a very important diatribe about art and how important it is that there's seaweed in water that's art and not a snack, which it is.
I'm gonna sit here and enjoy this. It's fine. It's fine.
Where did you just get that from? Kind of gestures to the like.
He's a vandal, Pashmina. A vandal.
I didn't do anything. Your dad said I could raid the pantry for food. This.
Oh no!
not
Okay.
food. And so I was eating it. And Hassan is trying to tell me that this is art and gingerbread houses are art. And I'm so confused. And I'm
Okay.
kind of angry now.
Okay, I know. This is all a misunderstanding. I get that. Loka, this container with all the plants inside, I'm sure that my mama worked very hard on that, and very much intended to keep everything inside of it alive. So I'm going to ask you to please put the seaweed back, if it's not already too late. It kind of looks it over, like, in Loka's hand, like, to see if it still has, like, any roots.
Go ahead and make it like a survival check.
Can I also make that check?
Sure.
That's another 19 plus 6, 25.
25's pretty good.
I did 6 plus 7.
13.
Yeah.
I think in both cases, it's still got a chance, for sure. I think it would be very hard to repot it in a way that would not be noticeable that it has been wrenched out of the bottom of this ongoing living ecosystem.
Oh boy, okay.
But there is, you could definitely, with some effort, get it put back into the substrate in a way that will let it continue to survive.
Would I, with my 25, know of a way to do that?
Yeah, I think that comes with the check. Yeah, I think Loka in particular, you're very familiar with, actually, like, surprisingly familiar with this type of plant, and, like, potentially even the, like, agriculture of this kind of thing in more, like, coastal environments.
So Loka is going to put more of it in his mouth as he goes back to the terrarium, and I imagined him initially like having to like be on top of something
on a little
like
chair.
Yeah, or like the terrarium is on a
Probably
pedestal.
like a little footstool or something nearby.
And he's on the pedestal himself, just like digging over it. So he's back doing that.
Careful! Oh my god!
It's fine. It's just water. It's gonna be fine. It won't kill me.
It's not you I'm worried about.
And so Loka's gonna go ahead and replant it, but I think simultaneously also spill even more water on the floor.
Oh, for sure.
Oh.
Hasan just picks up the bowl. I am going to go repair this. And starts walking off with the
terrarium.
Yeah.
This isn't any of your houses. Quite literally not your home.
I really think Mama would appreciate if it was just left alone, please. Just kind of like starts redirecting you back to the spot where it was. Just
Yeah,
like,
I fixed it.
I mean, we'll see, because that was a lot of water, and I don't know what was in that water. It might need more salt or some supplements again, or I don't know. It's
You did clean up the water. You now see that there are like a spattering of like little brine shrimp, like kind of on the ground.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Some will say, I will fix it. I just need 8 hours. 8 hours, undisturbed, I will fix it.
Do we even have 8 hours?
Do we have 8 hours?
I mean,
And it's getting close to. I mean, if you want
dinner
to
time and then
do this
nighttime.
would you mind cluing me, the GM, in on what you are intending to do?
Second part of plant growth. The second part of plant growth. If you cast the spell over 8 hours, you enrich the land. All plants in a half-mile radius centered on a point within range become enriched for 1 year. The plants yield twice the normal amount of food
Oh
when
my
harvested.
God.
Holy shit! You're gonna make this entire estate just like fucking
Explode.
blossom. Like,
But like central, located entirely upon this
this
terrarium.
Yes. Centered upon this terrarium. A half-mile radius.
So that will definitely like the thing that will do will definitely help the plants grow. There's no way of telling whether or not that will like the arrangement is really the thing that has been disturbed here the most.
Yeah.
And that's probably not going to help any of the microorganisms that had been developing a monoculture in the terrarium.
Oh.
Because I
These
don't
poor
think
little
it
shrimps.
grows shrimps.
No.
Not the shrimp.
not the
Not
shrimp.
the shrimp.
Funnily enough, also a tasty snack.
Oh my god.
Please don't eat anymore.
I'm guessing all the food has already been harvested, correct? All the crops have been
Not
harvested.
all necessarily. A decent chunk of it. It is at this point kind of past the time for final harvest.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Meaning that like anything that is still growing probably won't make it to maturity before like the first like cold snap.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you plant growth would still do things for sure. Yeah, I'm just letting you know what plant growth can and would do.
Yeah. I think Hison's frustrated enough that he's going to do this.
I love that.
Although I'm just wondering, is this going to have, like... This is not going to cause...
It will not do any more harm. If anything, you're just like really... You will have saved all of the plant life and restored it to its, like, life destination. The terrarium itself will still be kind of semi-obviously disturbed. But, like, you will definitively make sure all of the plant growth in this terrarium is hearty and
Optimally
hale.
healthy.
Okay.
You
As
do
long
know,
as-
I think, given that, and given, like, Loka's nature check, there is actually a very specifically lensed lamp with a candle directly above it that you can kind of surmise is actually important for, like, the spectrums of photosynthesis necessary for this kind of plant. It's kind of imitating being under some amount of deep water. So if you're going to do that, it would probably be most effective if you just did it here, where the terrarium belonged. But doing that will definitely still do as you wish.
Yeah.
And I'll go ahead and say that you'll still be able to, like, rest.
how about rest, not get spell slots back? If we
Rest,
want to put.
I think it's cool if you want to just eat this spell slot in the morning. It's as if you had cast it in the morning,
Okay.
but using the like full 8 hours to do so.
All right, I'm happy with that. Thank
And
you
given
for
the
your
like
reading.
scope of it too, I think like that's basically going to end up enriching all of the house plants.
I was gonna say, you said like half a mile?
Half-mile radius, yeah.
Half-mile radius?
It's
Oh my
enormous. I think given the scope of what your intent and what you're trying to do, you're trying to focus it all into this terrarium. I think we can spread that out to like kind of all of the little recreational house plants in the area as a bit of limited focus.
I mean, even
Unless
if it
you
has
would like
some-
to enrich all plants in the next the actual
yes,
half-mile radius.
I would like Hasan to do that.
Got it. Absolutely. Yeah. Then you can spend the time to cast the spell as intended.
Yeah. Hasan is just like,
That cactus is going to thrive.
yeah.
So Mama wakes up tomorrow and suddenly all of her like lesser, like more persnickety plants are just like in full bloom. It's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that is what Hasan is doing for the next 8 hours.
Plants yield twice
Or-
the normal amount of food when harvested
Yeah.
within a
My God.
half-mile radius. Scratching their
Lot of
heads trying to figure out why just the area around the manor is doing so
I was
well.
saying, there's like one apple tree outside that just decided to yield like a bunch of apples all of a sudden. It's just like, what? Late bloomer much? What the fuck?
Yeah, so sorry to derail such with rules and
You're good.
plant growth. But yeah, what was happening? So Hasan's like, I'm going to fix this. I just need 8 hours. I am going to try and help this out.
If you were to take it away, Peshmina was going to redirect you. But if you're staying here, then like I think she's like, oh, well, I can't stop you, and if you think it'll help,
Yeah, it'll help.
kind of trying very gently to scoop some of the little shrimps back in. Just like, okay. Oh boy.
Given a little bit of TDM, you can certainly do so. It looks like a few got squished.
Oh no.
But you can rescue, let's say, like 70% of the shrimps that fell out of the tank.
Shrimp.
Well, snap.
Oh. I mean, are you really hungry right now, Loka? I didn't think that. I mean,
No, but do you know how long it's been since I've had that?
oh. Well, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, that's definitely not why it's here.
I just kind of assumed that there was like another Lokatha or some other, aquatic person here.
Definitely not. Well, I mean, she kind of thinks for a moment and is just like, the coast isn't that far, but really, we're not. It's not as though we have seafaring trade on this side. No, Mama keeps things like this for, like, study purposes.
Study.
Things like, oh, just understanding plants better in general, but for things like medicine, for the winery, food.
Seaweed wine.
Well,
That sounds terrible.
it's fishy wine. Ew.
Yeah.
No, very, very much no. No, more likely for things like medicine or just trying to understand plant growth in general. Or, I mean, some things she just kind of keeps as specimens, things that are harder to get.
I guess I'll go apologize to your mom for eating her plant, which was really a snack, but I guess she couldn't know, so.
I'm sure that if you're sincere, She will accept your apology. Just, please don't disturb any more of her plants.
Even the really tasty ones?
Maybe ask first, more specifically.
Okay.
Maybe there's some she doesn't care about so much, I don't know. But definitely don't go and do it without permission.
See, but I talked to your dad and he said I could raid. And so I just kind of assumed that since
He's-
this is food, it's
sorry.
fair game.
He said you could raid?
Yeah, he said I could raid the pantry, and this is a pantry for a locust, so...
Oh, well, see, the thing is he's a half-elf. So our pantry would look a bit different.
Yeah, I figured there'd be like a bunch of cheese and bread or something, you know?
Yeah,
But also, like, this is a place of pretty extreme wealth, so I just kind of assumed that maybe, like, you know... Also, is your dad an adventurer? Well, he says he likes to go camping like us, but he says he doesn't have a lot of time for us, so it's like, what does he go and do, you know?
I mean, kind of thinks, it's just like, I guess for a half-elf he's a little bit adventurous, but I think the biggest adventure he's ever been on is immigrating from Anaro. No, he's an artist, actually, so...
Oh, so he's not, like, slayed any monsters, or...
No!
explored the world through dangerous means?
No. Very no.
So camping, then, is just is it like a recreational activity that y'all just do?
I mean, I guess we did it, like, once when I was young. And you bring, like, a nice big tent and nice bedrolls and some supplies, but camping out here is very mild.
So, camping and traveling are two different things, I think, is what I've figured out. And one that's very confusing, and two, it seems kind of silly that you would kind of do the travel bit without the travel part. Or without the like... You're doing the traveling to do the camping, but you're not actually going anywhere?
Well, I mean,
I think is what I understand.
we would go a little bit out. There is some forest, but, like, not particularly far, no. It's just a means to get away from, you know, the walls of wherever you live and spend some time in fresh open air, sleep under the stars. It's not it's not meant to be harrowing. I think you'll find most people here aren't particularly, well, that's not true. I mean, okay. Maybe here in Fandeel, it's different. But in Guard, I think their version of camping would be a lot more what you're thinking about.
Is there anything in Guard? Like, do we need to go there for any reason?
No, not particularly, I don't think. There's the forest that keeps growing there, but other than that...
Well, all forests keep growing, so
well,
that makes sense.
this is a bit different. It grows faster than basically any other forest that I know of. It's something that they're almost constantly having to cut back. You might hear more about it at the festival. They tend to announce their progress with keeping the forest in check.
Well, that's something that I am going to try and pay attention to.
Hmm.
Oh, but all this seaweed got me all sleepy.
Maybe we can see when dinner's going to be.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna go see if there's like a bathtub or something so I can take a nap in some water.
Oh, we could probably do that, sure. Everything okay, Heisan? Do you need help with this still, or?
Concentrating. Some food would be nice.
Uh,
I don't trouble yourself. I can take a break. I'll be fine. Maybe a chair?
Sure. It's like, okay, time to find Luca a bathtub and Heisan a chair. Tasks acquired.
Luckily, neither of those things are particularly difficult.
Yeah, didn't think so.
So I think what you're just seeing Heisan doing is just like madly scribbling a story, I think, or something like, you know how Heisan writes little stories for spells?
Yeah.
Because now he has to do 8 hours of that.
It's a long story.
I wrote a novella about nature.
About this little aquarium.
It's called Walden.
Silly.
I think all things considered, like those, unless there's other things intended, the evening is largely uneventful. Wilmorn is doing a lot of managing, trying to make sure everything house-wise is all tidied up and buttoned up and ready to go for the journey in the morning. Ophistine is actually working hard quite late into the night, trying to make sure that like all of the preparations for their flower arrangements and wines and shipments, making sure all of the last actual practical harvests and preparations for the festival, product-wise, are all ready to go. I think they are going to retire very shortly after that work is done to ensure that they're ready to leave early in the morning, headed to Central Matla.
Alright. In that case, seeing how busy they are, I think Peshmina takes it upon herself to kind of now play host, really. Which is a bit weird, like, seeing
lots
as,
of
like,
basically everything has shifted around since you were here last, for sure.
Just, like, make sure that everyone, like, actually gets to, like, eat. I guess probably doesn't need to find a room for Heisan if Heisan's just... I think at one point she checks in and is just like, how long do you think we could get a room for you if you want to, some privacy.
It needs to be centered here. I've already started.
Okay,
About 1,000 words in, about 2,000 words in so far, going well.
I think in that case, she leaves and she comes back with, like, a blanket. She's like, I'll just leave this here for you.
Thank you. Your assistance is appreciated as well as your leniency.
I try. See you tomorrow morning, I guess.
Tomorrow morning.
Goes to get, like, Loka settled. It's just like, do you want to stay in the tub all night, or would you like an actual room that's not just a bathroom?
No, the tub works. The tub's good. Cool water. God, that's gonna feel so nice.
Oh, well, I guess if you need anything, just kind of like gestures to the sending stone.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Puppy is doing circles in the open water.
Oh, Puppy! I forgot about Puppy. Imagining Puppy being just internally, the parents being like, "Is that a beaver?"
Too afraid to even ask.
Yeah, it's like.
Loka's such an ambiguous, or not ambiguous. What's the word I'm looking for? Loka himself is just such a force of nature that they don't even want to bother asking.
And then I think when it comes to Zeron, she's not really sure. Like, I think there's a point where it's like she goes up to her childhood bedroom and like peeks in. Oh.
This is one thing about the house that has changed very little.
Ah.
It seems that they've kept it largely the same. Clean. It clearly is cleaned actively. It's not like everything's covered in a layer of dust.
Layers of dust, you know.
But they have changed very little about it.
So it probably still looks like a little girl's room.
Yeah. Yeah. You might have a little trouble fitting into that bed.
I think she just kind of like peeks in, feels like a pang of nostalgia, and then realizes like I don't think I can sleep in here. And just kind of like gently closes it and goes to find like a guest room that's been appropriately like has had the sheets turned down recently and is just like, okay, that works. At one point asks Zeron, like, any preferences of where you'd like to stay? There's kind of gestures to basically the whole estate. About as many rooms as you can think of.
Oh, no, it doesn't matter to me. Whatever is best for everyone. I do not take up that much space.
Well, I think she just kind of pushes open a door and says, they're all about as good as any other.
Ah, wonderful. Thank you. You're a lovely hostess.
A hostess in a familiar yet also unfamiliar place.
True, but it's good to see you here. You look natural in this place, and it's quite nice to see.
It's good to be here, I think.
I said it earlier, but welcome home. And a good night, my lady. Small bow.
Kind of returns the gesture. And I think she disappears for a while. I think she starts to go through the routine of like, alright, bedtime. Nightgown. Brushes out her hair. Gets ready to go to bed. Lays down. And cannot sleep. just lays for a long time. It's just like quiet in the way that like a big house is just kind of quiet.
You probably hear, depending on how close you are to Gloka,
Splash.
you hear like bubbling noises. Like someone's blowing bubbles in the water.
I think she's gonna get up and she's actually gonna get a few things before she comes to you. But she is going to come check on you. What does she see?
Loka is Loka has gotten used to breathing with lungs, and so now when he sleeps underwater,
Oh my god.
he's snoring. And so the air he's pushing out through his mouth is just causing bubbles above him.
You adorable little Looney Tune man. I think I don't
The
know if
puppy's
you
awake.
Oh. I think she's also provided like a mix of towels and blankets for Puppy to try and nest in if he wants.
So I think eventually that puppy will end up just kind of like finding a soft towel to curl up on top of.
Just kind of gently closes the door. Oh, my strange little fishman friend. And it's it's definitely getting late. But she's got that sort of like red cloak on over her nightgown. She goes back to Zeron's door.
He's still awake.
Gently.
Yeah, he's awake. He doesn't have to sleep, so he's probably just quietly reading in candlelight. Confused, puts the book down. You may enter.
Peeks in, sees that you're reading, and is just like, "Oh, am I interrupting?"
No, please. Come right on in.
Well, actually, I was actually going to invite you out.
Of course. Puts like a little marker in the book and takes a like stand up, stretches slightly. Where to?
Follow me.
Of course.
She leads you outside, like not just outside into like onto the grounds, but like back out into the gardens and farther out towards what you eventually see is a greenhouse.
They're confused, but not gonna say anything.
I've got a board for that. Got it.
As you get near, it's actually dark inside at first. And she comes around to the front and starts like turning over rocks, like, "Oh, come on, I know it's here." Finally turns over the right one, and there's just a little old rusted key. She unlocks the greenhouse, leads her on inside.
Still
There's a
very much confused.
There's a little, like, almost like valve along the front that leads up, and she turns it, and a bunch of gas lanterns overhead turn on. So it is warmly lit. It is markedly much warmer out here than it is outside right now. Like,
Yeah.
it is easily like 80 degrees in here versus outside. There's like this sound of rushing water, and in the back you can see this like fountain, but you can also hear water running under the greenhouse. As if there's like piping underneath that's like moving water around. Possibly that's what's keeping everything so warm. I don't think she says much as she is going through all of this and just kind of like starts walking through, looking at all the different plants and things.
Yeah. I don't think he says much either. Just kind of like upon like the initial like lights turning on, it's just kind of like the whistle, but I'm just kind of like not surprised, but like oh, okay, like this is impressive. He's familiar with greenhouses, so like the idea of being in one honestly isn't new at all to him. It's just this one is probably far nicer and far more like larger than the one that his mother had. So lovely setup.
It's Mama's prized possession in a way. This is all her work, basically. The greenhouse itself is quite old, but all the kind of gestures up to the gas lanterns and the like running fountain in the back. That's all relatively new. Was put in when she was getting ready to take over.
I see. It's beautiful in here.
Yeah. You asked me earlier to take you to my favorite spot. But I couldn't yet because Mama was still working and I didn't want to interrupt.
I completely understand. This is it then?
Yeah. So, I can see a bit in the dark. And most other people from around here can't. So, when I couldn't sleep, I felt perfectly comfortable just going wandering since the dark never really bothered me. On the nights where it was really hard, I would come out here. And something about, I don't know, the sound of the water and all the plants. Kind of being able to, kind of points like up through the like glass ceiling. And since it's lit in here, you can't really see through it. She'll actually like dim the gas lanterns briefly, and then it's clear again, and you can see like the night sky through the glass with some of the vines on top still. I would come out here, fall asleep, and wake up back in my bed. Presumably someone like Mama or Papa would find me out here and just not really say anything, not chastise or anything, just bring me back in.
I can understand why you like it so much here. It's marvelous. Just looking up, and like they've still been just like looking up through the ceiling. Kind of like motions towards it. It's a marvelous place.
It's maybe one of the few places here that it doesn't really change with the seasons. It doesn't really... It's always just this warm and always full of life.
It is.
Earlier, when we were talking, it seemed like there was something you really wanted to say. I guess I just want you to know that I hope you don't feel like you have to hold your tongue around me.
And they look back down, and I think they look away. Immediately kind of bashful. Slightly embarrassed. Of course, I would never dream of doing such a thing. As much as I may or may not wish to speak my mind, I'm also a firm believer of there's a time and a place. And I'm grows even more embarrassed. I'm still new to a lot of things. I'm still experiencing a lot of things and feelings for the first time, ever. I like what we have a lot. It's freeing, it's comforting, it's something I've never truly imagined for myself. I like spending time with you. I like being with you. I like being able to do little things like this and just kind of like gestures to just where they are. I don't want what I could possibly say to change anything.
What do you think you could say that would change anything?
They take a few steps closer. Kind of put one hand, like, kind of like caressing one of her cheeks. I'll only say it if you promise you won't laugh. Or get mad. Or both.
I think she tilts her head a little, but she's just... I think the moment you said the word freeing, she looks really like... She started beaming, and now she's just kind of smiling more contentedly. Oh, I mean... You know what? She kind of does a cross over her heart. Promise.
And he just gets like a small smile from that. Lady Pashmina Rosegrove, I...
Raises an eyebrow.
Just immediately just like...
Not mad. I'm not mad. I promised I'm not mad.
Slightly regretting this. I believe I've fallen for you. I love you. I don't need a response or anything of the sorts. Today, tomorrow, in a year's time. I just needed you to know.
I think I think despite herself and what she just promised, she seems almost amused. Like not quite, not outright laughing or anything, right?
Yeah.
But is definitely kind of
It's okay, she can. Totally fine.
Like is just grinning at that. And shit. I am so glad to hear you say that. Zeron, I would not have let anyone I didn't trust with my... You wouldn't be in here if I didn't love you back.
Truly. They look like they're like tearing up. But it's very much like they're trying so hard to be as composed as possible. And just kind of stops and just has to like bite the like the inside of their lip as they just take both of her hands in theirs. You do not understand how much that means to me. I do not know what this means for us, if it changes anything. But I promise I'll give you the world.
Zeron, I'm not asking for the world. Nothing has to change. As far as I'm concerned, it was... Well, it's been true for longer than I care to admit. You said that this all felt very freeing, and that comforted me because never once was my intention to get anything from you or keep you anywhere or... I'd like for you to be near me as often as you care to be. I hope to come back here one day, and I hope that to some extent you would too. But I hope you know that means that nothing has to change, and you don't have to. There's no... She looks like she's struggling for a way to phrase it.
If you wish for me to remain at your side, then you have it. It would be an honor. My dear.
I know you are not a Motlin. I know that. I know things are different in different places. I just hope it's understood that this is not conditional and that there's no me wanting you to be here is not the same as me wanting to force you to be here.
I know. I understand that fully, and I am immensely grateful. You're giving me that freedom, and in a sense, I cannot thank you enough. I do not know if I can give my answer on that today.
There's no need for an answer ever if you don't have one. Just do whatever you think is right. And if that changes, then so be it. And
I don't think it ever will. But thank you. I don't think I could thank you enough.
No thanks necessary.
On the contrary, you deserve them all. You have no idea how much this means to me.
I'd like to think I have some. Coming back here has made me think a lot about how I've been spending my time these past couple years. And and how my time was managed before that. And while I'm glad to have met everyone I've met, and I'm glad to have maybe helped the people I've helped. I think you and I, and to a certain extent, our other friends, have spent far too long living our lives for the sake of others, the purpose of others, at the behest of others. And I intend to see all of this through. If all of Matla is truly in danger, then I will do what I can. But it finally feels like the things I want are possible. And well, I hope that feeling is right.
I'm sure it is. And if you do not mind me asking, what is it that you wish for? After all of this is over.
I'd like to do what we had intended from the very start, before ever even learning about that awful monastery. I'm going to come home, and I'm going to learn everything Mama can teach me. And I'll finally be a part of all of this. I'll learn it, run it, give Mama and Papa the chance to retire, and maybe, hopefully, you would be there with me?
If that is what you wish, then
I think she grasps your hands now. This is... What do you wish, Zoran? What do you wish?
Truthfully, I don't know. I originally left without much of an end goal, or the vaguest sense of one. I never considered what comes after. Well, in a sense, I knew, but well, the majority of those can't happen anymore.
She kind of tilts her head.
I was ready to go back to the city and continue my duty like nothing had ever happened. But I don't want that. I don't care where I end up. Just as long as I have you by my side. Whether that's here, Althra, at the bottom of the ocean, on the moon itself, I don't care. I just want you there.
Well, luckily some of those places are easier to manage than others.
Oh, I would hope so. Thank you for tonight.
Thank you for tagging along.
For you, darling, anything. And I think he just kind of stops it and he just kisses her.
She's reciprocating and enthusiastic.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The cinematic that just played out in my head is just like that, right? Of like, all right, kissing in the greenhouse, and then just like pulling out, right? Do we get this scene of just like the of the like humidity on the greenhouse windows, their silhouettes, and we pull out even further, and then just like scene change.
We love a fade to black.
Yeah.
So, the following morning, do you intend to like sleep in the greenhouse?
I'm gonna roll a dice about it.
I leave
It's warm. It's
fully
comfy.
To you. Fully to you.
Like a warm blanket.
I fully believe that Pashmina also sort of brought Zeron there because it was warmer than everywhere else. I was just like, maybe they're chilly. I don't know.
It's chilly.
I rolled, but I didn't think about what the outcome of the roll would be.
We can just say that they did. It's fine. I don't mind.
I like the idea of, like, the pseudo walk of shame.
What do you mean walk of shame?
What are you implying?
Like, well, I guess you would have to have shame for it to be a walk of shame. Just like everyone being like, "Where are those two at?" Just coming in from outside, like first thing in the morning. Like, oh.
I do think if you do end up staying out here, you're going to end up getting woken up pretty early, as just insofar as the few remaining members of the house, as well as Wilmore and Ophistine, are planning on gearing up to get going quite early today.
Noises.
So it will be a little noisier. I think as folks are waking up, especially as you two are rousing within the greenhouse, would you both mind rolling insight for me?
Oh boy.
Oh dear, okay.
Mysterious. That's not great, but
mine's good. 21.
21.
Oh, well, 9 plus 6. 15.
15? 15 also good. 15 and 21. You've both been in the space a while, and I think, like, on your way out, kind of observing it once again, especially now that it's very much in the daylight and very brightly illuminated through all of the glass. Oh, excuse me. We'll start with Zoran. Very much so, this does remind you of your mother's greenhouse in a lot of ways. There is something about seeing the place where someone's work is done, someone's hobbies are done, so anywhere someone spends a lot of time that is kind of distinctly theirs to use and occupy. It kind of ends up being a reflection of themselves, in some not immediately obvious ways. And I think what strikes you here in particular, Zoran, is a couple of things, with as high as you rolled as well. The first just being, this is a much less, honestly, like much of the estate. You've been to estates. You have been within manors and literal palaces. You've spent a lot of your time in literal palaces. While this kind of, the winery as a whole certainly has the space and maybe even the abundance, there's something about it that is still very humble, rustic about it. And I think that's one of the things that catches your eyes here in the greenhouse, is that back home, your mother had finely tuned, precise pots made, maybe even had a local potter basically on retainer to help her create whatever she needed in her little self-managed space. And she did a lot of work to maintain and adorn and preserve her greenhouse. While this space is arranged very similarly lived in and worked, you see cooking pots, some jars, cans, various bowls, all still certainly precisely picked for whatever plants they're potted in. But there is a lack of adornment and kind of pomp in this space that makes it no less beautiful, but just a little bit more humble, I think is the word I would put in there. And through that, I think, Zoran, you see also the space of someone who works very hard. Someone who has very high standards for themselves. You note some, like, lightly, like, broken pots in the corners where something didn't go quite right and accidents happen, things need to be redone. Lots of kind of scattered but detailed notes about various of these plants and the care and taking and care and feeding and all of the little bits that read this as a place that clearly Peshmina's mother just spends so much of her time here, and likely so much of her time here alone. Peshmina, on the other hand, I think the thing you mostly see when looking at what used to be your favorite place again, for the first time in 10 years in the bright sunlight, is how much you've missed. There's so many totally unrecognized plants. Not that Ophistine ever adhered to a particular layout. It was always changing, but the changes have been much more radical over time, even in just what types of plants she's keeping, how she's keeping them, what kind of the level of horticultural science being done here has clearly grown and developed so much in your absence. And I think there is a little bit of loss there in seeing that there is so much work being done, and used to knowing exactly what your mama was doing, exactly what her concerns were for these plants, exactly what she was stressing about, and talking to the acolytes of Bahamut about exchanging notes back and forth. But you look into this greenhouse, and while it's so clearly the same person, your unfamiliarity with what's going on, with what she's doing, with that lack of time and just talking, I think never felt more evident than right now.
Noted.
As the rest of the household continues to rise and grind, there is a small caravan of just a few last carts getting ready to make pace for Central Matla so that they can get there in time for the opening ceremonies of the harvest festivals. Would you all like to accompany them?
Yes. Can I call for a quick break?
Yeah, I think so. Do we want to take do you want a short break, or do we want to take our full break?
How do other people feel?
Can I do it long? Because one of my roommates came in like mid.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I was like,
let's go ahead and take 15-20. So
sure.
Come back around 9:10 or so.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
All right.
I knew that was gonna be a long scene. Your beep.
Loca's also too stinky to be baby girl.
Heisan?
Oh, yeah.
Heisan's a non-zero amount of baby girl.
Very much.
Heisan is too... you know what? No. I don't think I fully understand the definition of baby girl.
Baby girl.
Because the only time I really hear baby girl is in the context of this one streamer who is obsessed with Kiryu and Majima from Yakuza 0 and will constantly call them baby girl.
Okay, so real, both of them are baby girl.
Yeah, for sure.
Both of them are baby girl, so that's all you need to know.
See,
That
I
is
think
so funny.
Heisan's just not quite like mannish enough to be full. Like it's too boyish to be true baby girl. Is just kind of not quite there,
He's
which is
too independent. I think he doesn't want to be taken care of.
He's too competent.
God.
Kayson's not. Well, Kayson's competency is a complicated subject.
It's a sometimes thing.
Something I know all too well.
How baby girl is Feihu? Sorry, not Feihu, Zerga. Feihu, definitively not baby girl.
Girl
Yeah.
boss.
Girl boss, for sure.
Girl boss.
Zerga needs taking care of sometimes.
Yeah.
Alright, anyway.
Zerga is ye old blonde stereotype? Question mark.
Um, she's your okay. I know she's technically aunt. She is your cool weird artist aunt. I know the type.
She's more
Yeah.
like Hermit
one-
Miss Frizzle.
She's
I was just thinking about that.
she is the one who you can talk to about your hobbies, and she'll be 100%. Yeah. Oh no. 100%,
Take real
I used
interest.
to do that.
Mhm. Like, we'll ask you about it unprompted next time you visit.
Yes.
Alright, so, it's the morning.
It's morning.
At the Grove. Early morning at the Grove. And the remaining members of the Rose Grove estate are ready to get going. It looks like there's just a few carriages on the way. Yeah, what's the plan? Zoran and Peshmina coming back early in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I think Hassan, if you walk into the building, you'll say, "Hey, son, talking to the shrimp with speak with animals," and it's like, "Okay, I need a
Oh my
final
God.
line for this. I need a final line for this incantation. What do you think of this one?" And and as the lovely shrimp looked upon their home revitalized, they thought it good, or something like that, some stupid thing. So he's talking to the shrimp with speak with animals.
Yeah, they are wrapped. There's like a little half circle of shrimp at the edge of the terrarium,
Oh
like
my god.
peering down at your notes, like nodding along as you are suggesting lines.
I love philosopher brine shrimp.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
you're asking and they thought it good, and it's just like, I think you should go with the, I thought it well.
Yes, of course. Your input, Stevenson. Your words, your inputs have been phenomenal.
It's just
Thank you.
slightly more ambiguous. By using non-traditional wording, we're really drawing the reader into interpretation.
Okay, now hold on to your butts. Things are about to get a little weird, and the spell finishes, and I guess just wave. I don't know, just like magic.
There's very polite, little brine shrimp tippy-tap applause.
Thank you. It has been wonderful to service you. I apologize for my friend's defilement of your home. I can only hope that the plant will grow back better for you.
Oh, no, we all will very much miss dear Shetland, but I think the shaking up the tank a little bit will be good for us.
I'm going to cry.
I love the idea of just looking very much like we've just woken up, coming into this and just stopping and staring and listening.
Good. No, I bear the farewell. I will remember you. Thank you very much. You've been so helpful.
Yes, thank you very much as well.
Mason will walk and look at the two of you. I fixed the problem. And walk off.
Thanks. I think she starts going up to check on Luca next. Knocks on the bathroom door.
Absolutely no response.
Oh boy.
Luca? Luca?
If and when you decide to enter, you will find Loka fully asleep, still underwater.
I think She comes in, kind of like looks down, rolls up a sleeve, and like pulls the stopper for the drain. Just lets it slowly, like the gurgling drains.
Loka starts spinning in a whirlpool.
And we flush Loka. The end.
That's a character app.
Get Jock back in here, stat!
Oh my god.
Oh no, what happened?
My senses are black.
Going from breathing with your gills to needing to breathe with your lungs,
Yeah.
subconsciously, probably not an immediately pleasant feeling.
No, my first thought was Loka's going to wake up thinking he can't breathe. And I don't know how I'm going to make the gasping for breath sound with the way that the Loka voice works. And I don't want to hurt myself.
You know,
Please.
don't worry about it too much.
So just imagine that Loka is gasping for breath, sees you, kind of like starts grabbing randomly onto everything.
Easy. You okay?
Can't breathe. Can't breathe.
Loka, you breathe air all the time. You just kind of looks perplexed.
Hang on, give me 1 second. I need to. Yeah, there we go.
Intelligence
Loka.
check.
Loka accidentally wild shapes into a snake.
Well, okay.
Alright, bet.
Just a long snake in the bottom of the bathtub.
Yeah.
It's very hard to crawl out of the bathtub as a snake. The sides are very slick, very wet.
Nice. Yeah, I can speak as else. I've already established that.
So, can you help me get out of here then?
Sure. Kind of.
I'm kind of stuck.
That's not good. How? So confused about how all this.
Just pick me up.
She will very gently kind of like get a hand under your new wiggly body.
Okay, excuse me.
And Loka's gonna like crawl up your arm around the back of your neck,
No!
down the other side of your arm, and like just kind of drape over your shoulder like a coat.
Okay, I hated that.
Is that me?
Well, I see that. Why? What happened? Why did you suddenly turn into a snake on me?
I couldn't breathe.
Why? How did turning into a snake help?
I don't know.
And you kind of feel Loka like slowly get heavier on top of you, and then he like flops off of you himself and lands with a wet flop in his natural form.
Oh, you okay?
I don't know. That kind of felt like waking up from a bad dream where you're drowning or suffocating or whatever.
I'm sorry. You okay now, though?
Yeah, I think so.
Loka like picks up Puppy and hugs him very close.
I'll try and wake you up before changing the atmosphere on you.
That would be appreciated. Not that I've had to. Honestly, that's the best I've slept in so long. How long has it been since I've been able to sleep underwater, really?
Well, I mean, I guess you could have in Onaro if you really wanted to, but...
Tough. You gotta fight the currents and stuff.
Well, yeah, if that's the problem... Oh, sorry, excuse me, I have the hiccups. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can find a place in, Central Motlo while we're there that has bathtubs available.
Oh, can we fit a bathtub inside of a bag of holding?
I wouldn't... That's... I'm not even going to consider the logistics of that.
That's a question for another time. And by another time, I mean once we get to the city, because I'm gonna have some shopping to do.
Oh, please don't buy a bathtub before you figure out how to store it.
I cannot make any promises.
Oh, that's okay. Well, let's get ready. Bathtub of holding, God.
That's good.
All right. How would you like to get ready? Or would you like to be on your way? It looks like the caravan is basically ready to leave. And probably will be leaving post-haste.
So I think, like, if we start to get our cart ready and Pashmina notices that her parents are on, like, a different cart, she kind of looks to everyone else, and just like, y'all wouldn't be too disappointed if I actually rode with my parents, would you?
Oh, not at all. I'll ride with them as you need. We take fine care of Millie and Twig here.
I think Speak with Animals is still active or something.
You sure?
Yeah. Yes, they say it's fine.
Yeah, someone will say, are you okay riding without Pashmina to guide you for a little while? Millie?
Yeah.
Yes, they say they're fine.
Okay, well, luckily you don't have to do too much other than follow the rest. I guess if you need anything, just call out.
I will. I mean, it's not like I'm incapable of flying forward. A couple.
I think
your family. Go on.
She gives Zoran a kiss on the cheek and then starts going off towards the other cart. She is definitely bringing. She's gotten her glaive with her.
Oh yeah.
And is bringing it with her to the other cart.
Bring her weapon. Okay.
Plenty of room. It's basically, it looks like in the cart that will be traveling with your parents, it's the head gardener is actually going to be driving the cart itself. One of the folks who actually ends up like working with a lot of the pack animals very closely. And then your mom and papa in the back. They kind of eye the glaive with like, there's a little bit of wide-eyed surprise, but also like, they don't look like threatened or anything. They're just like, oh, okay.
Sorry, I know it's not exactly, it's mostly just... He kind of, like, tucks it behind, like, tucks it under a seat, so it's...
You're grown up. You can bring what you want with you. It's entirely reasonable to have pole arms.
I don't expect to need to use it, of course. It's just...
Oh, I should hope not. But then there are all sorts come to the festival, and not that we're anticipating any kind of violent crime, but mostly just, you won't be the only one. You might be the only Fandelish person there with a blade as long, wicked, sharp as that is, but that's not a that's cool.
It's okay if you don't particularly like it.
No, it's
don't
fine. I just
either.
I think the biggest blade I have been that close to in a long time are my garden shears. And that's, you know, it's been a while. Wilmorn actually looks kind of like deep in, he's looking at the glaive, kind of like, and kind of like in thought for a moment, just like, anywho, let's get the show on the road if we want to actually get there by the time the ceremony starts, and encourages the lead gardener to get schmoving. And very quickly, the 3 remaining Rosegrove carts are on their way. There's one, just the head housekeeper is going to be staying home, managing the property while other folks are away, and it seems like the kind of person who probably keeps to themselves fairly regularly anyway. And Heisan is easy enough to drive the animals to follow. Millie and Twig are more than happy to, as you still have speak with animals, they're just like, road!
Road.
It is
road.
road easy, road comfy, road great. Luckily, it's a pretty quick journey. Peshmina sitting with your folks. That's, you know, that's a good idea. Give me a sec.
Bringing up the titular board.
Oh no, I'm just generating the weather. Bink. Overcast. So moderate, highs 50s, lows 30s, low 30s.
A little chilly.
But not too bad, all things considered. Light wind. Sitting with your folks, Peshmina, you see that, like, your mom's clearly quite tired. She's pretty heavily leaning on Wilmorn. Kind of has the side of her head pressed against his shoulder, and it looks like after too long she'll probably be nodding off in the back of the cart while you ride on your way there. But if you had anything you wanted to talk about, please do.
I feel like she... It maybe seemed like she wanted to do some more catching up, but then saw how tired Ophistine is, and decides to keep it light.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you were both able to get some rest last night.
Oh, yes. At least some, yes. Night before the festival tends to be a long one.
I remember how it could be.
And yourself?
Oh.
Hope it wasn't too weird.
I went to go peek in my bedroom, and I briefly thought about trying to sleep in there, but it was... well...
Ophistine kind of chuckles, and it's just like, you're, not exactly the right size for that bed anymore. Or sheets, or clothes. Those dolls are... They were cute when you were playing with them, when you were they're a little creepy. They're the button eye, they're just so round, big.
Yeah. Having gotten a little older, it is a bit harder to, sleep when you feel like you're being watched. It was nice to see that it was all still there, though. Maybe one day someone else can appreciate them better.
Oh, Sistine smiles at that thought. Well, you can always keep the furniture available if you... I mean, are you... Is that a, Are you thinking about...
No! Well, alright, she goes pink. Pinker. It's not something that's been talked about.
No, of course. And I don't mean to pry. I just... she also, like, kind of, like, half smile, kind of looks away, like, all right, that was not the right time to have burnt that up. All right.
I think she's still kind of like, I mean, it's not as though it one day maybe, I don't know.
we'll keep the furniture around. There are plenty of we have lots of staff. Lots of the folks in the Rose Grove family, the state, have children. All, but I'm gonna shut up now. But yes, we've got everything. I really hope you enjoy you and your friends. I really hope you enjoy the festival. It seems like a big one this year, so hopefully it'll be fun. I'm excited to see what the grand prize is this year. That'll be a fun affair.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so long. I kind of remember how it all goes, but
we've got a very large allocations of tokens this year, so if you're looking to buy in bulk or something, if you and your friends want to team up, I think that don't tell the arbiters. That might be against the rules, but if you, I don't know, buy obscene amounts of ale or something, it'll probably, we could,
I mean, now that you say it, it might actually be a very good idea to...
If the grand prize is even worth going towards. I suppose we'll see.
Well, I was more so thinking a good idea to stock up on things while we can.
Oh, and boy, will you be able to. Yes. That'll be good. I think at that point, Opustine kind of starts to nod off. As before, it's about half a day's travel to Central Matla. Loka. Traveling along the road toward Central Matla, as with most of the major roads in Matla, usually end up at some point, especially the closer you get to the center, riding alongside the rivers. And I think kind of sitting here, maybe, I don't know how actively Loka is observing the surroundings, but there's a clear chill in the air as, while it's either somewhere between on its way or already here, it's clear that autumn is turning in Matla. And with it, that crispness while the trees are just starting to turn and drop their leaves. There's a gut feeling drawing you toward the river and toward kind of the flow of it in particular. I'd like you to make a nature check.
Which way is it flowing?
Towards Central Matla.
So towards the way that we're going.
Correct.
Okay. 19 total.
19
That's the
total.
number to know.
You get the sense that there is... You have felt this before. One other time.
I think I know exactly when that is.
Back in the Natscog.
Yeah.
Not with immediacy. You can tell that, like, as opposed to the Natscog, which was such a strong, definitive, this is the place. This is a little different. But you can feel the rhythm of this place, and especially of the river, drawing you inward.
I think Loka ignored the call the first time. And I think he just kind of unthinkingly like gets up from the cart and starts going towards the river.
For sure. Luckily, it's normal pace, so you can keep pace if you want to. Are you interested in getting into the river?
I want to walk alongside of it first.
Alongside it. The closer you get to it, that thrum feels much stronger immediately.
When you say thrum, I'm reminded of like the Rhythm of War, the book, where there is notes, there is song, there is pitch. Is that the sort of thing that's happening here, or like what exactly is the experience?
Accurate. Like, as if you can feel the splashing of water on rocks, the beating of fins against the current beneath the water, the flowing of particulate branches, leaves across the surface as distinct instruments in harmony.
Hmm. What do I want to do with this information? I think he's not going to get in yet. I think there's something that scares him about that. Like, getting in is going to envelop him in this maelstrom of sorts. And so I think, much like when he tried to just call the lightning, I think he's going to just try and call the river. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to just hold out his hand and see if he can't, pluck the note on the string, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You definitely feel the pull, almost in the same way when you reached out for the lightning. But as opposed to then, continuing with the musical metaphor, what you're hearing and what you're feeling, like, this isn't the place. This is reverberations of the song. This is the echoes of what it is. And you can feel the river guiding you there, but this is not yet the right time or place.
Is there Because I'm imagining, feeling this feeling of it's a bit of a cacophony, right? That's kind of how you described it.
For sure.
In the terms of like you feel like both water and rock.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any sort of like underladen emotion behind any of this, or is it just a pull?
I think it's hard to tell from here. And in the same way that it feels like a cacophony, I think you get mixed emotion, mixed message out of it. That it is joy and sadness and longing and expectation all simultaneously.
Does this river run to the ocean?
In the opposite direction, yes. It runs, no, this does not. This river does not run to the ocean. This river runs from the mountains.
Where does it stop?
They connect in central Matla, and then one of the three rivers runs out to the ocean.
I see. I think Loka is going to stay over here for a while. He's just gonna kind of... He's only experienced this feeling once, right? Like, I think he wants to hold on to it. He wants to understand the feeling. He wants to kind of investigate what is happening.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I mean? And I think as you stay with it, as you stay traveling alongside the river, it's hard to notice at first because it is on such a long scale, but paying close attention over the course of minutes and even potentially hours, you can sense a soft crescendo as you continue to get closer to Central Matla. Having a completely different question for Zeron and Hassan.
Hi.
You're from the Phasia.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is probably the first time y'all are experiencing autumn.
Oh, it super is.
And we've established some of that before, but this is definitely one of the first days it is truly chilly. Like, not quite in the mountains, cold to your core chilly, but certainly, like, goosebumps and bone chill chilly. How are you adorned today? What you wearing?
Hassan is possibly adorning himself more, has adorned himself in his just archive robes, actually, if it has gotten that chilly. Because I think, as I've established before, Hassan is not exactly unfamiliar of chilly weather.
This is true.
And never imagined it can. I knew it gets cold down this low. Never thought I would experience it. It's like this. Different. I'm guessing, like, or have the leaves started falling off? Or they're like, or have the autumn colors fully started?
The colors are close to fully turned. Okay. There's lots of orange and yellow and red on the trees as you travel inward.
I suppose
You've never seen this. You've never seen the. I've never actually. I suppose I've never seen the leaves fall as much as they do up here. Do down here. We have trees up there. We maintain plenty, but never quite like never quite on the scale like this.
I don't think anything could be on this scale, and they like just gesture out to just the forests around them. To answer your previous question, the answer is layers.
Layers.
Many layers. Just a very nice, like, thick scarf. I think it's just like what they're like buried into right now.
Mason also has the benefits of a feathered down.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
An insulating layer.
So,
I like the idea. You know how birds kind of poof their feathers out a little bit to kind of create like a warm air pocket.
Mason's just widened about half an inch on each side.
looking just a little fluffy.
But only outside the clothes. The clothes still fit the same, it's just that all the feathers around them have poofed out by about an inch and a half.
Aww, that's cute.
That's very cute. I don't have that luxury, so layers
Tail wrapped around.
I don't know. Make it wait long enough. Maybe you'll have more than just a fur coat. Well, you'll have a perfect nice fur coat if we wait long enough and don't.
Mildly uncomfortable. Mildly uncomfortable at that.
Mason will just mention. Did you sleep outside in the chilly weather last night? I don't remember.
Looks at my deception score. Yeah, I have a good enough deception. I just want to get acclimated to the weather. If we're gonna be here for a while.
Mason is going to squint. At a. That is not good for Hasan. That is a 9. Insight.
Yeah, no, it's... Can't really get much from that.
Okay, Hasan's like, oh, that's awfully forward-thinking of you. I am impressed. I always thought you were going to stay nice and close to your nice little warm areas. Very, very forward-thinking.
I'm not a lizard.
You're not a lizard, but you are but you are not exactly. If one or two experiences on top of a mountain have shown me not quite a fan of being anywhere near the cold.
All right, listen. I can explain. Specifically, the first time we got teleported to the spire, we were teleported from a desert into sudden Arctic temperatures. I had never experienced snow before in my life. And I went in as I normally am dressed in the Phasia onto a mountaintop in the snow. Forgive me for, being a little bitter when that happened. Forgive me for not wanting to freeze to death.
I don't know, the cold still seems to be making you slightly bitter.
I wasn't prepared!
Oh my god.
I'm never going to live this down. I'm never going to. I just wanted... I'm not...
I feel like...
Ron, why are you yelling?
I was just about to say, I feel like at the sound of, slightly raised voices, even if she can't, understand or, hear the conversation, just, over sending stones, it's just do I need to come up?
No.
Isan's being a bully.
I am just making an observation.
You're being a bully. My father warned me about people like you.
Your father's also an imperialist.
Oh my god! Jesus Christ!
Oh my god!
Look, you haven't forgotten Hason's opinions about your father.
They just like wide-eyed. They just weren't expecting that from his son.
Charming, but still, ideologically speaking.
Bankrupt.
Genuinely just completely caught Zeron off guard that they're just like just mouth agape, just like staring right at his son.
Okay, it got suspiciously quiet. Do I really?
What? I mean, by expansionist doctrine, I mean... You know what? I'm going to... You know what? Maybe... Should I be quiet? Bashmin, should I be quiet? I'm going to be quiet. Clearly, I have stepped on some toes like I usually do.
Oh, well, that's nothing new.
I appreciate your company, Zeron.
It's like you're slightly back. I appreciate yours as well. Mostly.
Oh.
Yes, where did Loka go? Is Loka still back there, or he's been surprisingly quiet? Loka? Oh, he's gone. Loka's gone. Should I be... Loka's gone. Loka, where are you? Should I be worried?
I'm just walking by the river.
Oh, that's nice.
It is nice. It's singing.
Oh, it's what?
It's singing.
Zeron, can you take the... Would you kindly take the reins for a moment?
Okay.
Okay, I'm coming over and you're going to describe to me what you mean by the river is singing.
Just awkwardly pets Millie. Just hello.
Millie just like looks at you, indeterminate mischief in her eyes.
Oh dear.
Excellent.
Oh no.
So Hasan comes over to Loka.
Yeah.
And I don't think Loka necessarily regards him. I think he's just kind of like looking at the river, his hand out like he's tracing along something, but there's really nothing there.
I think Hasan will... Let's do an insight on Hasan to see if he knows what's going on. No, he doesn't. Loka, what are you doing?
So you can't feel anything, can you?
Not a thing. Are you alright?
Oh yeah. It's kind of the same as when we were in the Nats Card and at that temple, I just kind of like, I don't know, I felt like I could just ask it for something and I could get a response. I don't think that's exactly what's happening right now. I think that's something different, but I think when we get to where we're going, there's something there, and I don't know what it is or what.
And it is singing to you as opposed to what was happening. No, I apologize. I'm asking you to put into words what is most likely indescribable, but...
I don't know how to put it, Hassan.
It just is.
It just is, yeah. It's just a feeling, I guess. But not... It doesn't feel like it's necessarily born of myself, you know what I mean? Because you know when like you get a feeling about something and you're like, maybe I shouldn't do this thing because, or like maybe I should do this thing. Like I just got a feeling that this is gonna work out. It's kind of like that, but like think about that feeling, but except it's coming from something else, but still affecting you. Does that make sense?
In a sense, but Loka, I don't believe I could ever possibly understand the sensation you were feeling. I think the sensation you were feeling is something uniquely tied to you, just as your cloud is, as I've said before. Slightly jealous, really?
Loka looks up. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. Keep going. I was making random statements. Go on.
Loka looks up like it's the first time he's noticed his cloud in a while.
It's been very diminutive lately.
Has it been bothering you at all? Zapping?
No, it doesn't zap me, except for when it does, but not lately.
Can Hisan try to see if has there been any sort of measurable change in the cloud? Hisan, can
Yeah, go for it. How about Hisan? You go ahead and roll Arcana. Loka, I'd actually like you to roll Insight.
Sure. Wow, some good ass rolls today. 18.
That is a good roll for me as well. That is a holy shit. That's one off. That is a 29.
29.
Wow.
One off from 30.
We'll do you second then. Loka, thinking back, while it was never really a nuisance, you can remember moments of your rain cloud in Inaro. Going through the sewers, on the hunt for Zerga, whenever you were thinking about Davil. You remember the light tingle of electric thunder above you. You remember its clear presence there. But afterward, when you were actively talking to Fing and Trisk, after you were on your project, trying to maintain the tavern, trying to fulfill this kind of project and desire of yours, you almost think you can remember moments where the cloud wasn't even there. And now, in a strange land with other people, experiencing this pull from the world once again, it's here. It's present. The cloud is with you, and maybe it always will be. But at least right now, it's just hanging around. Hey, son. So, Arcana-wise, we've established that natural magics are pretty hard to understand on a fundamental level.
They are, as we were saying, like in the conversation below, kind of just alien and kind of impossible to understand for someone who has not quite experienced it.
I think this is the first time that you consider that the cloud may or may not actually be of Loka. Loka may not be the origin of this. It may be external. It may be the world in some kind of weird, kind of esoteric way.
It's just sort of congregated.
it's not of Loka, it's just sort of congregated around him, so to say.
Like a arcanomagnetic focus.
Oh.
Less that it exists because of something Loka did or something Loka has, but rather because Loka is a channel for energy such that there is this expression of energy.
Loka, I can't quite say ever that you'll become a dragon, but you begin to... The more and more I travel with you, the more you seem to emanate their traits. It appears like... I think I once theorized or stated that the cloud was a product of yourself. I think more it is simply the world and the magic around you reacting to your own presence. This is again a stretch. You know how Feihu's presence creates the distortions and the mirage and the mist around Mirage, correct?
Right?
This could be something, while not of exactly the same nature, something similar. Where you go, the magic around you simply forms around you, so to say, as in it is reacting to you, and you attract it. And just by simply being. Of course, I don't know anything. This is, again, just speculation, as always, but I don't even know what you would do with this information.
Yeah, I think Loka's just kind of looking at you with wide eyes. Like, just not really sure. Or maybe not wide eyes, but more so like a blank expression. You know what I mean? Just kind of like...
What I mean is that you are powerful in an alien and indescribable way. And a creature of immense mystery. And you puzzle me in every single way. And I mean that as a compliment.
Okay.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, whatever. I suppose I'm just... River is singing. Lovely.
It's like I've been weird at 2 of my 3 friends today.
3, 4, 3. 3, 4, 3.
Gods. You know, I guess he's saying this as much to himself as he has Loka. I thought, you know what, maybe I would just also pass around Pashmina's card, ask her parents a few questions about the history of their family, since I never got to ask last night, since I was busy writing a 20-page short story for with the help of a bunch of shrimp. But you know what? Maybe I'm just not maybe whatever forces in this world that influence us all just have intended for me not to interact with anybody correctly today. Perhaps it is better that I just do not. I am going... Sorry, go on.
I mean, you're fine, Hassan. I just I don't know how to. deal with that, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't know what to do about it. Like, sure, it's there. It's of me. It's not of me. Nobody really knows. Everybody has a different idea. It's just kind of there, you know?
I don't know either. The relative and apparent purposeless lack of purpose for many things in our lives is just kind of that way. Maddening, isn't it? Maddening, isn't it?
Confusing, sure. But not life-alteringly bad.
I suppose not.
And I think, you know, Finn has one too.
They do?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
And did for a while. I think when... At least has expressed that they had.
Yeah, Finn had one. Might still have one. I don't remember. But... So I'm not the only one, even from my crew, with that. So it could be some sort of Finn magic. Because Finn just kind of understood the world in a way that I really didn't. Like, I think if Finn, maybe I'll write Finn about this. Because I feel like if Finn were here and she would have feel this, she would know what it is. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, tell me if you learn anything from her. I'm not good with her. I'm not particularly good with interacting with her herself, but if she tells you anything, please do tell me. I'm as interested in understanding what's going on with you as you are. Or perhaps not in the same way, but yes. I am going to depart from this. I don't think there's any more I could possibly understand of it.
Okay. I'm gonna stay here for a little bit.
Yep.
And maybe for the rest of the walk, we'll see.
Tell me how it is as it goes. I'd like to write it down.
Yeah, if anything changes, I'll let you know.
Please do. Hassan will break away and walk along back to the cart.
All right. Luckily, you're almost there. It does not take long, maybe just another couple hours-ish. And you start to come upon Central Matla. In even just the last couple of days, the amount of temporary infrastructure that has been assembled in and around Central Matla is kind of incredible. Previously, you'd seen lots of tents, empty largely, and whatnot going up. Now, there is nary a spot left that does not have at least some level of tent or booth or game or gathering or open space or performance platform upon it. And it seems like the various stages and kind of carnival big top style constructions have not managed to touch. And beyond that, Central Matla is packed now. It seems like, wow, look at all this open countryside and how empty and quaint it is. And everyone who was there is now here. We've packed almost a full country's worth of people. into this one, now expanded by various camps city for the next few days. As you come up upon the city, notably, Loka, the kind of song you have been hearing is indeed much, much louder and continuing down the same way. And I think it's easier to pinpoint now that it's the focus, the point of interest here being River's Meet, the point at which those three flowing rivers within Matla meet at a central point in that center square. And as such, it not just louder, but also more harmonious, less cacophonous. Some of those various sounds and feelings starting to take to a wayside, take a backseat to allow the primary melody of the current itself to sing more truly. Ophistine and Wilmorn are kind of their caravans head toward what is clearly now, you can see, and saw on the way out but didn't register it as such, a very large kind of staked out area for the Rosegrove Estate's various booths of flowers and wines and casks. There's also a booth not just selling the flowers themselves, but in arrangements, corsages and bouquets, ribbons and other such items, both designed as adornments for one's clothing, but also gifts for sweethearts. And as well as kind of behind that, clearly a lot of tents being put up for temporary living areas for all of the folks working those booths and being at the festival the next couple days. I think as Ophistine certainly rouses from her ride-along nap as they get closer to Central Matla.
I like the idea of, like, so Ophistine dozes off, and then after a little bit, Peshmina gets on Wilmorn's other side and cuddles up and also dozes for a while.
And Wilmorn is now the happiest man in the world. Both a wife guy and a dad guy? Like, come on. The dream.
The dad man. The dad guy.
The dad guy. It is
wife guy, dad guy.
Wife guy, dad guy. It is pretty easy to. It's going to be pretty hard to continue sleeping as the sounds of the crowd and music and whatnot really start to kick up. Ophistine kind of rouses, and Wilmorn kind of looks at you all and just like looks at Peshmina, and Ophistine is just like, well, we've got a little bit of work yet to do to put up. If you want to break off with your friends and try and get to the Central Square to try and make sure you're in time for opening ceremonies, you might still be able to make it.
Right. Kind of starting to wake up properly again. Your tail starts to wag a little bit. It's just like, maybe we'll come back here afterward?
Oh, of course. Yeah, and if you need a place to stay, we've got plenty of room. Granted, it is just tents and such, but I don't know how much room the inns will have at this point, but you can certainly see.
I guess we'll let you know what we decide.
Of course.
Thanks.
Yes. Do you need spending money? Do you need a little festival cash?
No. We're good.
All right. Just let me know if you want a little. You and your friends want a little treat. I think I can spare like a few gold apiece. Maybe get some nice things.
Papa, I promise we're more than fine.
All right. I'm just saying.
I think she gives him a little kiss on the cheek and then flounces off.
Excellent.
To meet up with the rest. How was the ride, everyone?
oddly eventful and not eventful at the same time.
Oh, is that a good thing? You ready to head in?
Yes, sure as soon as Loka gets back to me on... Loka, so, anything?
I mean, yeah, it just kind of, there's just more now, you know?
Well, now we know this is Well, Matla, you may be happy to know, Pashmila, that it is entirely possible that the triplet cities, I'm just gonna call them that, may be something of a hotspot for magical energies.
Oh?
Don't know what to do with that. It just is.
I mean, I guess that makes some sense if there were to be anywhere in Matla that would.
Yes.
She just kind of shrugs.
Place
Most of Matla isn't particularly... I mean, it's not as though we have magical schools or people outside of temples who are particularly magically inclined, so...
Yes. But... How bustling are the streets at this point? Like, how much noise are we talking over?
Definitively bustling. I'd say noise-wise, it depends on how close you are. Folks aren't super rowdy yet. It actually looks like the vast majority of the booths, while prepared, are still closed. Have not yet officially opened for business, as the opening ceremonies are yet to begin. But clearly people are prepared for it, and a lot more individuals are heading in the direction of River's Meet.
Well, don't suppose there's much to do in the meantime.
I figure we just go see what they have to say at the opening ceremony.
No sense dawdling here.
I suppose not.
You coming, Loka?
Yeah, of course.
All right. You head to Central Mall, to River's Meet.
Can I make another quick request? I need to go to the bathroom very quickly.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't want to miss anything.
Take a quick 5.
Yeah.
I am down to take 5. All right. Short break. Back soon. All right. It is a little difficult. Ignore the word briefly. It is a little difficult finding somewhere to stand, given how packed River's Meet is in particular. Because not only have we packed everyone in to just the kind of rough city limits, but also here in the center specifically to hear the starting announcements. But I think the 4 of you are a small and agile enough group to get fairly reasonably close, just as you see a half-orcish woman with a longbow and a very big red, like, burgundy leather coat climb up on top of one of the booths to stand and address the rest of the crowd. It looks like it would be pretty easy to spot her out as one of the arbiters, she is in not quite traditional arbiter garb, but it kind of fits the bill. She has an eye patch over her left eye, and lifts what is just a perfectly mundane, like, cone megaphone up to her mouth.
The old.
As she clearly takes in a deep breath, ready to project out to this crowd, and is just, citizens of Matla, I'm so excited to welcome you to this year's Grand Harvest Festival. Here to celebrate the bountiful harvest of Matla and the peoples that have chosen her as their home. There's a yay! Woo! There's a great cheer. Today and these fine days, it's a reminder that while the Motlin people bow to no ruler, life is better when the three regions work together, hand in hand, so that none will go hungry and none will sleep in the cold. It is going to be an interesting celebration this year. We've got many visitors in from out of town. Please do let everyone be welcome. Let everyone have a good time in the festivities among us. We've got many visitors from around Rackentha, so just make sure everyone feels at home. You might just find a new steadfast friend, or if you're lucky, maybe a sweetheart. Much as the beneficiary, we now become the beneficiary of the bountiful harvests of all three regions, so too are we able to celebrate the accomplishments of the Gardish Rangers and their accomplishments in cutting back the wood this year an entire 5 feet from previous years. And we'll hope to maintain this through the winter until the summer months yet come again. There's kind of a kind of round of like, ooh, all right, yeah, all right, that's an accomplishment, all right. And on to what everyone is looking forward to, the festivities! We've got an enormous variety of games, foods, shows, shops, wander around, eat, play, and dance to your heart's desire, and this year's grand token prize comes from Toch, an ever-flowing flagon, filled to the brim and beyond with ale that tastes like it's straight from the brewer's barrels. First to 500 can come and get it at the redemption tent. We had to raise the stakes somewhat after the merchant train blew us out in 20 minutes last year. And there's kind of some general like, all right, enough ado, stop listening to me, have at it. And there are cheers. Everyone's having a great time. Beer. As like immediately, like you see, like there are some flashes of what look like magical fireworks popping up in different locations with the accompanying cracks and booms. As the musicians who had paused their playing around the square to listen to the announcements take up their instruments once again, and the crowd begins quickly scattering to get to all of the booths and games they want to before they are fully sold out. There's a wide variety of games to play. I'm just gonna go ahead and list some of the stuff that is going on currently. As there are a variety of, obviously, shops. There's tons and tons of merchandise, food especially. Various little bits of memorabilia. There's like pumpkin carving stations, activities, face painting, painted tattoos is a fun thing that's kind of going on. There are a huge variety of games to be played. There's a lot of people just kind of casually playing games around. There's always a game of toss going around in the pitch. But there's lots of more organized games going on as well. There's an ale drinking contest. There's a pie eating contest. There is hodge pig racing. There is an archery range. There is, and several games at the archery range. There is a flattery contest.
Oh my god.
There is something called the rabid hog toss. And various dancing, singing. There's something of a talent show a bit later, as well as ongoing games of flag tag, also in the pitch. And it's going all around, you know, to the around the Temple of Bahamut, Lovers Plaza, the pitch, here in Riversmeet. There's just all over the place. And now is where the crowd gets its loudest, probably, as people immediately begin scattering to go amongst their various activities.
Isan will walk over to Loka and say,
Loka, I think we both know that I have no hope in competing in any of these athletic, activities. What if you participated in some activities, and I, with a nice couple notes, gave you some subtle support?
Hey, son, that sounds a lot like cheating. And I'll have you know I don't stand for that.
Do you really, Luca? Do
No,
you?
let's do it. Let's do it.
If you'd like
Fuck
to
all these
also...
people, I'm gonna win.
And yes, amongst the throng of people and excitement here, Loka, it's a little harder to hear, but you can tell that that focus is here in the center of the rivers. Should you ever choose to explore, embrace.
Jump into the rivers.
If you are interested, likewise, the prize redemption tent is also here in Riversmeet if you would like to take a look at the types of prizes you could win, depending on the number of tokens that you acquire.
Yes, please.
For sure. I'm going to run through these medium quickly, as there are quite a few of them. There is, of course, the grand prize. There's only one of them, and it requires 500 tokens to get, which is quite a variety. There's a couple main ways to get tokens. The most obvious and straightforward one being play games, win prizes. Some of the games award tokens very directly, like you pay to play the game because there's someone running the booth and they want money for you to play the game. And then we'll award tokens. Others, you can stake tokens and potentially double or triple your bet. And you get tokens by engaging in just commerce. If you're buying supplies, if you're buying food, if you're getting stuff, you almost always get a token, at least a token per item you acquire. Beyond that, there are small prizes, big prizes, and huge prizes, which are 10 tokens, 25 tokens, and 100 tokens, respectively. And each of those prize tiers has a little wheel that you spin to determine what prize exactly you get. So you cannot just outright choose whatever you want, necessarily. In the small prize division, we have little 6-inch stuffed toys of sheeps, hodge pigs, cows, or guard dogs, with 2 A's, G-A-A-R-D dogs. You can have a small bag of hard sweet candy. You can get a dagger with a sugar blade, on a small wooden handle. You can get a candle in the shape of a small bird, owl, pheasant, or chicken. There's a toy wooden dagger, and there's a token for a free roasted turkey leg at the Riversmeet Tavern. In the big, that's considered the big win of the small prize division.
Cute.
In the big prizes, we've got a free face painting or painted tattoo, a large pie with the winner's choice of filling, a 2-foot-tall stuffed toy of a kobold, a pseudo-dragon, a cow, a unicorn, a bear, or a spider. A full-size functional scarecrow, complete with straw stuffing. A silver holy symbol of Bahamut, the platinum dragon. Or an all-you-can-drink pass for 1 day at the Riversmeet Tavern. Includes ale, beer, mead, ale, cider, beer, mead, and water, and wine at half price. That is considered the big win of the big prizes. And then you have the huge prizes, which are 100 tokens each. You have a wand that shoots out illusory fireworks for 6 seconds, complete with the sound, works once a day. You have a finely crafted hatchet with a beautiful engraving of the festival depicting squash, wine, flowers, and cows. Relevantly, they are big, fluffy, woolly Highland cows, in particular. There's a wooden duck that quacks and swims on its own when placed in quiet water, which is mechanical, not magical. There's a walking stick with carvings of animals that move and run around within the carving on the stick when you're looking at it. There's a 4-foot-tall plush toy of an owlbear, a beholder, a dragon, or a Highland cow. Motlin cow. I'll have you note that a cow is available in all tiers of the stuffed animals. And this is considered the big win of the huge prizes division. 3 free drinks per night for a full year at Central Motla's Riversmeet Tavern.
Oh my god.
If you want,
I'm sorry,
I can
I
actually
just-
just like copy and paste those.
Oh, yes, because I was saying I Bubby wanted it, so I
Yeah. The last one being 3 free drinks per night for a full year at Central Matla's Rivers Meat Tavern.
Oh, wow.
It seems like whoever's organizing prizes may have had a deal with Rivers Meat Tavern.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like the Arbiters. Like there's I said it's mostly volunteers running the redemption booth.
So, can you give a quick list of the
The games?
of the games?
Yeah, I can actually type those out because I accidentally interwove them with notes that you're not allowed to know yet.
That's
I wish there was is there an easy way to do bullet points?
I
That's fine. I'll just post them all.
think when you do this symbol, does it do? No, I don't know.
I think it's just dash. While I'm typing that out, discuss.
Okay. Hasan,
Catch me
although Hasan may do 1 or 2 things on his own, he is definitely going to be doing bardic inspirationing for Loka to give him an edge. Is what my idea is for the most part, unless Matt has other ideas.
No, I have no other ideas. Someone has allowed me to cheat at games of skill, so I will do that.
Cheat is a weird word, but
Well, here it might be considered cheating. Maybe.
As long as you're
I
not
think-
casting any spells, I think you'll be okay. And you've got a limited number of uses per day. So you gotta be precise.
I also 100% love how all of these are just carnival prizes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
What were you expecting?
I know, but
There are children
Magic
here.
items, god damn it.
no, it's
They're not just gonna give away like the raging lightning flaming sword of doom, you know?
Yeah,
They don't even have that shit.
What about a plush version of it?
I mean, last year, which was kind of a dud, the grand prize was just a cow.
Oh
The
my
Tots
god.
is just like, we have those.
Yeah, it was
though.
a pretty unpopular grand prize. There is some murmur. Clearly, they have upped the ante significantly, particularly like in aid of Toch. They clearly Toch went like, well, y'all aren't doing it the way it needs to be done, so we're gonna make sure this happens this year.
So they have some sponsors, I guess.
Oh, for sure.
Ashwin
seems-
won't say anything, but she absolutely has eyes on the dragon and the unicorn.
Yeah.
It's like,
A wooden duck that quacks and swims on its own while floating
So
in the
cute.
water. How novel.
All right.
Oh, brilliant.
I very badly want to know what the rabbit hog toss is. And by very badly, I mean I need you to explain that to me now.
Yeah, absolutely. You can go saunter over to where it is. So, you kind of ask around and pretty quickly find the event that they're talking about specifically. So, there is an area of kind of open field where they have these big, like, really heavy-looking sacks that have been painted to look like a big pig with angry eyes. And various contestants, there are a bunch of lines marked out in the grass with like something looking like paint or chalk, and the contestants are attempting to hoist and then fling this enormous sack backwards over their head and get it as far down the range as possible. And it looks like there are various prizes depending on how far you can get it.
Loka looks at Hasan, very sad, and he says,
Hey, son, I thought I got to throw a real rabbit hog. How fun would that be?
dangerous. Dangerous is the answer.
Some will say, I thought it would be incredibly amusing. I am also slightly disappointed that I wouldn't get to watch you do that because, because I must admit that would be so terribly amusing to watch you do.
It would be
Ooh.
so fun.
And you would be very good at it, I think.
I would have won.
She just scrunches her nose at the thought of like trying to throw these live animals. Oh, that's terrible. I mean, you could still. I mean, there's a very good chance you could still win. You are quite strong.
I'm still gonna do it, of course. Doesn't mean I'm gonna be happy about it.
It is 1 silver piece to play if you would like to.
Alright, I gotta pull up my money. Excuse me. Reduce money by 1. Alright, I do want to play.
Awesome. So
I'm in.
we are looking at improvised ranged attacks.
Okay.
So we're looking at d20s plus strength.
Okay.
And you get to pick for what you're aiming at. So we've got the closest line is AC 10. The middle line is AC 12, and the furthest line is AC 15. Because you're going to be throwing this over your back, you're going to have disadvantage.
Is this not athletics or?
It is flat. We're looking at improvised ranged attacks.
That's right. All right. And what's the?
It's a little bit more precise than just straight athletics.
Bardic is as before is rerollable D8.
Rerollable D8.
You've got 3 chances. You're going to be able to roll 3, throw 3 hogs, as it were.
All right.
And you'll score a point for hitting AC 10, 2 points for hitting AC 12, and 3 points for hitting AC 15.
Let me get. I have more D20s. Here we are. I figure I'll roll 2 at once just to get the disadvantage out of the way. All right, first one. Come on, dice.
I believe.
Fuck.
Nope.
Oh,
Never mind.
that's terrible. So we've got actually 17.
17. Oh. Yeah, so you pitch it just a medium significantly over the furthest line. 3 points. You got 2 more throws.
All right.
Woo!
That Bardic was.
Go look up!
Oh shit. Now, am I getting Bardic for each of these rolls?
Bardic only lasts for 1 skill check, 1 roll.
Unless you want to keep casting it, question mark. But...
So, I can...
The highest output on this game is like 10 tokens.
So let's save it for 1 per...
1 per game?
Yeah, 1 per game.
Or higher stakes game. I can also help you establish, if you want to kind of explore the different games, I can help you establish which ones might be worth your time. If you are trying to maximize token earning.
Oh, I needed to play the rabbit hog toss.
Sure.
That just needed to happen. So this next one's only an 8.
8 doesn't make anything, unfortunately. The second one, this one feels heavier, for sure, than the first one. I think you had Hasan really gave you a vote of confidence on the first one that helped you really hoist it, and this one falls just short of the closest line, and there's kind of from the folks saying, ooh, bad luck.
Oh, fuck yeah. So that's 18 and 14 on the die, so that's going to be 14 plus 4 is 18.
18, nice. So another, you managed to get the next one soaring through the air and over the line. There's an amount of applause. People are very impressed by the strength of this very diminutive fish person.
Loca.
All of you eat my... Y'all suck!
It's probably the best score they've had today. So having hit that being a total of 6 points, you're going to get the second highest payout, which is a total of 8 tokens.
Nice.
Hey.
You can kind of already see going around the festival that there are a few like groups, huddles of people that are like, all right, you've got tokens, all right, and they're like putting them in big sacks, trying to count them up together to try and like basically like group up as quickly as they can to be able to win the grand prize.
I'm putting the tokens as electrons so that they're right there.
That's not a bad idea.
I'm putting that on the recording. Do not let me forget.
Yeah.
That you don't have 10 Electrum all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really have to worry about it. It's a useless currency.
You take that back.
I
The
mean,
rat folk of Rackentha use Electrum deep in the mines.
Oh my god.
I shall, you know what, no, never mind, there's a joke ain't coming. Fuck, what else?
Yeah, what else are you interested in or up to?
I mean, Loka just wants to do pretty much one of each of these. If I'm being really honest, like,
Oh my gosh.
he's
yeah.
never gotten to participate in any of this kind of stuff before. He is like a kid in a candy shop right now.
Yeah.
Aw.
Like, there's flag. I don't even know what flag tag is, but I want to play it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, the trick shot archery range. I'm gonna do that. Have I ever shot a bow in my life? Probably not. Am I still gonna do it? Fuck yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Hodge pig racing is killing me.
I'm also going to do that.
Hodge pig racing?
I don't know what that is. I'm gonna do it.
Do you want to find out what
Hodge
Hodge
pig-
pig racing is?
Say again?
Do you want to find out what Hodge pig racing is?
Of course I do.
Yeah. You all kind of like hustling between stuff. Are you moving together as a group? I would assume.
I feel like Peshmina's kind of enjoying seeing Loka, like, having genuine fun, just like is clearly experiencing something new and interesting, and is kind of tagging along for that for as long as that lasts.
Absolutely. So, Hodge pig racing is one of the betting opportunities you have
Yes.
in games. So, it's a double payout.
Okay.
So, however many tokens you choose to wager, you will earn twice that many.
Okay.
There are 3 Hodge pigs. Each of them appear to have the tips of their fur quills? Question mark?
They're just hedgehogs.
Yeah. I don't remember what
God.
hedgehogs look like. Yeah, quills. Has been like very lightly like painted or dyed red, yellow, and green. They're the 3 Hodge pigs. You're going to choose one and bet on it, and then they're going to take off. And you will be able to make animal handling checks to attempt to encourage the Hodge pigs to go faster at your will. Though if you do poorly enough, they may actually go slower or even move backwards.
If I use speak with animals, can I bring an additional bonus?
It depends on whether people see you casting Speak with Animals.
Okay, I'm probably not good. Hassan's not very furtive at all. Well, that sounds incredibly fun.
That is very fun and a little silly. So, there is that. But it looks like it only it doesn't happen super frequently. And the people interested in
They
it
need
are like
rests.
maximizing their tokens. They're like, all right, we're gonna wait on this until we've got like 150, and then try and double down.
Oh, see, Loka's doing that immediately. He just
Immediately?
won 8 tokens. He's putting all 8 tokens down.
Okay.
And he is going to... Which one am I being assigned?
You get to pick.
Oh, I get to pick?
Red,
It
yellow,
was
or green?
Red, yellow, green. It's going to be green like me.
All right.
And
I
then
think the surroundings definitely respect that.
Can I make some sort of check? Like, how interested in life does this green one look?
Green luck. Go ahead and make me a nature check. Nature or survival.
Oh god.
That's still 12. That's good.
Can Hassan also make a nature check?
Sure.
possibly? Yeah. Let's see. Roll that. What is that? 17.
Oh, you
17.
got better than I did. Goddamn.
Frankly, you're both going to get very similar information, which is that, like, these are clearly, like, someone's pet hedgehogs. They are, like, a little rotund. Very clearly well-fed and well taken care of. None of them are particularly lithe or I don't know, jacked, juiced. And from what you can tell, they're all kind of equally slovenly.
Okay.
Which seems to be what's kind of...
comfortable.
It seems to be what makes them the most fun to see race, because they kind of like amble toward the other side of the pen, which means everyone is like shouting at them to try and make them go faster or slower, and they you know, they're taking their time.
They just kind of trot along.
Yep. They're not exactly sprinting to the other side of the pen.
Where's that video of a capybara parkour?
So, you'd like to slap down your 8 tokens?
Yeah, I'm going full in.
It'll also cost you 20 silver pieces to participate.
20 silver?
It will. And it looks like there's about a dozen people all betting with you on the Hodgepigs.
Oops. Alright, so let's do it.
Alright, so it's a 30-foot track. Each turn, these Hodgepigs are either going to move 5 foot forwards, not move, or move 5 feet backwards.
Oh my god.
So what's a good little tracker for that? I've got some dice that I can track that, because we're looking at 6 segments apiece. Green, yellow, and red, for sure. Alright, go ahead and make your animal handling check to start with, to try and goad your Hodgepig forward.
+2 is 15.
15. It will, in fact, move forward 5 feet.
Hooray.
And then we're going to roll for the other 2. So we're looking at 1 to 4, 5 forward, 5 to 13, they don't move, 14 to 20, they move forward. So, for yellow, they're moving forward! Yellow and green are keeping pace. And for red, the Fandelish Hodgepig. That is a 7! It is not going to move.
Sleep.
It just sits there. Alright, go ahead and make me an additional animal handling check.
Ooh, 5.
Okay, piggies.
5. Alright. That means the green Hodgepig is moving backwards 5 feet.
Shit.
Let's go ahead and roll for the other 2. So,
It went a little bit forward and then it was like,
Yellow.
nope, right back.
yellow is not moving this turn. Red. Red is moving forward. Red is keeping pace with yellow. Alright. Who's got a... you know, there's a... We've got all this green space. Give me a sec.
Create like a little like.
Yeah, we're gonna do some impromptu track
Is
making.
there? Wait, there's definitely not a
hedgehog. No, there is
model,
not.
there?
We're gonna use raccoons.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we can.
Oh, you probably can't see all the minis.
Yeah.
No.
No, I can't see anything.
Here, let me drop some owls.
3 has multiplied again.
Always. Alright, there's one owl. Here's an additional owl. Give me a prop. Where's that flag? Perfect. Starting line. Use a tile. This is maybe more laborious than it needs to be. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And I think only yellow and red are up 1.
Correct.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and let's you this way.
Oh, you could change the color of their
That
things,
is the
right?
plan.
Okay.
Red. Yellow. Isn't Tailspire amazing? Green. Alright, so green and yellow are currently at 1. Or red and yellow are currently at 1. Green is back in the starting zone. Alright. Give me another animal handling check.
21.
21.
Ooh.
Alright, so we're gonna move forward 5 for green. Let's roll for yellow. Yellow is also moving forward 1. And then red. Red is also moving forward 1.
Uh-oh.
Someone put a treat at the end of the line. Alright. Loki, give me that check.
20.
20. It's moving
Oh
forward.
my gosh. Yeah,
Alright.
yeah. Keep
For
that up.
yellow. Yellow is not moving. Red. Red is moving forward. Red really wants that treat. Alright, give me animal handling.
13.
13. Alright. You're not moving this turn. Rolling for yellow. Yellow's also not moving this turn. Looking at red.
Fendiel had a slow
Red is
start,
moving
but-
backwards.
Shit, never mind.
Alright. Someone put a different treat at the back of the line.
Kick him out!
Alright, give me that animal handling.
Another 21.
Another 21. Green's moving forward. Yellow's moving forward too. Fendiel, where are you going? Fendiel is
Wow.
keeping pace. Alright, they're neck and neck.
Oh my god.
Alright. Make it happen.
14.
14, you're moving forward.
Yes.
Yellow. We get. Yellow's also moving forward. They're keeping pace. What about the Fendielish hog? Not moving.
No.
Got lazy.
Someone shoot that yellow one.
more animal handling.
Nice.
No! 2!
2,
4.
they're moving backwards.
No!
No.
Yellow. Yellow's moving forwards. Red. Red's not moving. All right, give me animal handling.
Come on! 17!
17, you're moving forward. But do you get beat out? No, they're going backwards. All right.
Why is this?
Where's
actually
Fendiel?
so
Fendiel's moving forward. We're all close.
Oh my god.
Hey son is hats on Mocha. I think you should and give some bardic inspiration for this next check.
Come on, come on, come on. No! Nat ones!
Nat 1, we're moving backwards.
Wait.
I got double 1! Oh!
All right, looking at yellows. Yellow's moving forward.
No!
Red for Fendiel. Where are we going? Red's moving forward too.
No!
Give me the animal handling.
Oh, another nat 1!
Now they're
You're
moving
kidding.
backwards.
What happened?
No.
What happened?
You're cheering them from the start, and they're just moving toward you. Looking at yellow. Yellow is crossing the finish line. Do they tie with red? They do not. Red stays still, and the yellow hodge pig is the winner. And unfortunately, you are out 8 tokens.
Wow.
8 tokens, 20 silver.
Damn.
As the green hodge pig just kind of like stumbles back to the start.
Mocha's gonna
Oh.
I'm gonna keep these here in case we have reason to do it again.
Yeah.
Be nice to the Hodge Peaks. Wah. Man, better luck next time.
Yeah.
Those rolls were actually crazy. Why
Yeah.
were those rolls so fucking crazy?
I can't believe I rolled the bardic inspiration and the die at the same time, and they both came out as 1.
Genuinely
Oh.
tragic.
Horrible. Okay, there's
Well-
an ale drinking contest. There's an archery range.
Oh my gosh, there's so many things for me to do!
That's kind of the idea. It's several days of non-stop shenanigans, basically.
Oh, so Ron, you'd be good at the flattery contest.
I
Hassan's got a point.
I don't even know what.
Hey, Just imagine they're all pashmina. It should be easy.
Oh, that's such a good idea!
I don't even know what this contest is supposed to be.
You gotta flatter somebody. Look, okay, try on me, flatter me. What do you mean?
Your scales are exceptionally shiny today.
See, there we go. Thank you.
Now pashmina.
All right,
Flatter
if you
pashmina.
want me to try.
What? Huh?
Flatter pashmina.
Oh.
Only if she wants me to.
You know what? I think she gives you like this is very teasing. She's obviously being playful, but it's just like she does the like hair twirl, like foot kind of out, like. Well.
Your smile's as radiant as ever, my dear. All right. I'll do it.
All right. So you head around to find where that is. What you find ultimately is a bit of a dais, this kind of like a wooden pillar, for lack of a better word, kind of painted up to look like stone and marble. And then at the top is this like fainting couch looking thing, upon which is kind of lounging this very handsome human man, big, loud makeup, wearing a vest completely open to show off his chiseled torso.
Yeah, God.
And covered in glitter, head to toe, basically.
Okay. I love this guy already.
Big smile, who is giving compliments to people down below, and has this like treasure chest with this big mound of tokens in it. And every once in a while, between kind of like flirting with passers-by, he gives a, "If you can make me blush, you'll get your tokens. If I so deign it upon you."
Okay, hold on. I have to open docs for this.
Does this person seem to have any affiliation with any of the three? Like, do they seem to be kind of wearing their nationality on their sleeve, or
red,
are they
very red? All the glitter and boots and whatnot. Definitively Fandelish.
Oh, this is gonna be hard. Oh.
Okay. So I have to make them blush?
Yes.
Okay.
So, how this is going to end up working is, for the thing, they're going to ask you to make them a charisma, or I'm going to ask you to make a charisma check versus his charisma.
Okay.
And he probably.
Oh, it's not even persuasion, it's just straight charisma.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
If you so happen to come up with interesting compliments or otherwise have good reason, I may consider letting you add some skill proficiencies to that.
Okay.
But as it stands, this is a feat of raw charisma.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's cute.
I'm trying to think of something.
While you are thinking, I think a couple of other contestants are like, all right. It looks like there is a little polycule of like 4 people kind of like come up and they're like, all right, they like huddle amongst each other and it's like, okay, we're gonna try this out. We're gonna see how they roll. So this is for them. Looking at a 16? 16, quite good. They give a kind of like huddle up and then kind of gesture, and all of them like get on one knee at the same time.
Oh my god.
And they just say like, if you were so kind to join us, I'm sure we could raise your spirits even higher than that pillar. And he is going to see how he does in response. He is a +4. 17,
Ooh.
just better.
Wow.
And he goes, well, that's very kind of you, but then I think I'd have to stoop to your level.
Oh. I think kind of like over sending stones to Zeron is just like, I don't think standard bodiness is going to work on him.
Oh.
Fandeel is all about romance, so being forward, while it's fun and nice, it's not exactly you kind of have to be a little more charming than that.
So you're telling me I have to flirt with him?
Yes, but in a way that's not like sexual.
Just short circuits for a second. Understood.
He like reaches down, and you see from like a bouquet next to him, he like picks up a rose and like puts it between his teeth and like smiles down at everyone.
Oh my god.
Flexes a little bit.
It's like I have the general idea of what I want to say. It's just how am I going to say it? Because I'm trying to do it in like the Zeron way of like how fucking elegant it would be, and I'm like, okay, don't mess this up. Don't mess this up. How am I going to say this?
You know what's so funny is I almost want Loka to do this, but to do the complete opposite.
It's free to try. Like there's no price on
entry fees.
On attempting to flatter this man.
The thing was to make him blush, though.
Correct.
Can I make him blush out of anger?
Oh.
You can try, but the check will be the same.
Gotcha.
God.
Yeah.
That's a fun idea, though.
And you'd probably have to argue with him about it afterward.
That's fine. Loka's very okay with arguing with some schmuck.
Some schmuck.
Is Zeron still thinking?
It's called I'm typing my response. I need to like get it to like a T. Listen, I'm going to win this. I'm going to win this, and then we're gonna bet it all on the races again.
Oh my god.
You're allowed to build
Thank
up a
me
few
later.
tokens before betting if you would like to.
Thank me later.
I'm reinforcing the Hodge Pig pen because I have a feeling we'll be going back, and also it's adorable.
It's so good.
I like that. How big are they? Are they like actually big as pigs?
Hodge Pigs? No, they're just hedgehogs.
Yeah, literally just.
They're very small.
Okay, I like the idea of 30-something adults crowding around.
Yeah!
The
They're just little guys.
I drew from a whole bunch of random tables and like lists and stuff of various festival games to kind of like pick the ones I liked the best. And that one's based on quote-unquote dragon racing, which is the same thing but with lizards.
I thought there was also like turtle racing.
Oh,
as
for
well.
sure.
It's just more Matla appropriate if they're like cute little woodland
Mhm.
animals.
God, yeah, I don't know if any of you have ever played a game like this in a carnival or a theme park or something like that. There's this one game where there are a bunch of there are three little mechanical horses. And
Yeah!
You have a
Oh,
little
yeah.
you toss and it moves forward. God, I love that thing.
Absolutely.
God, I'm trying to think of what it's called, but I love that thing.
There is a name for it, yeah. But it's like classic arcade game, or an arcade,
Yeah.
carnival game. And it's just mechanical horse betting.
Yeah.
But it's fun and
It's
cool.
awesome. It's awesome.
We love gambling in this house.
Roll-a-ball horse racing.
Roll-a-ball horse race. That's fascinating.
No, it's just the first thing that popped up when I'm saying it.
There's a cool, like... I don't know if y'all played the board game Camel Up? Camel Up Super Cup?
Oh, yeah.
That's super fun. And that's basically just board game horse racing.
Thank you, Kat. Okay.
If anyone, all right.
Mine's like a two-parter.
Excellent.
It's a two-parter. Okay, hold on. I need to finish the second part. I'm so sorry I'm taking too long.
No,
with
that's
this,
totally...
but
If anyone wants to, like, investigate other games, just to kind of, like, scope out
I'm
what they
so
are in the
sorry.
meantime, take your time. You've
Peshmina's
got all
more
day.
interested in shopping right now, but
Yeah, for sure.
is definitely entertained.
Anything you're looking for?
She's looking for components for health for
Oh, yeah, for-
health potions.
Herbalism kits, all the, like, components. Easy stuff. Let's say, like, because it's 50 gold, typically, for enough to make a potion, right? Or is it 25?
I think we lowered it to 25.
25.
Because of the stuff
So,
in Kyla.
here, it'll end up being 20.
Ooh.
Like I said, I think we said an hour to brew per potion. But spend at your discretion to have as many ingredients as you would like.
I can only afford 2, but still, that is quite good. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove a bunch of that. Oh god. Woof! So I'm gonna get 2. God damn it. I hate when I accidentally click out of the backpack menu. 2 potion ingredients. I don't think she will start brewing or anything right now, just because this is too much going on. I think she also wants to look for an actual... So she has an herbalism kit, but she doesn't have a medicine kit?
Like a healer's kit.
Yeah.
Stuff's available for sure. I think probably at the similar locations where you would be buying the herbs. Would it just be called a healer's kit?
I think it's literally
Yes.
called a it's called a healer's
Well, there.
kit.
Okay, so there is a healer's kit. I can check if there is also a medicine kit.
No, I think you're right. I think it is just healer's kit, because nothing comes up.
It's the allows you to stabilize without needing to make a whiz medicine check. It's 10 uses, and would be useful, when creatively applied. It's just 5 gold for that, so we'll chuck that down to 4.
It's actually quite nice.
And having bought, you said how many herbalism potion? How many herbalism ingredients did you get? Gold's worth?
2.
So 40?
So 40.
So you've spent 44 gold. You will end up getting a total of 20 tokens.
Woof! Yay!
It's roughly a token per 2 gold.
Say
but
that
it depends
number
on where
to
you're
me
spending it.
one more time.
20 tokens.
20 tokens. I'll do the same and make it Electrum. That's a good way to track that. Great.
Absolutely.
I've
You've done commerce.
I'm back down to not very much money.
Okay. I think I have it. I think I have it. Oh, what am I doing?
I believe in you.
I think just oversending someone like 2 press me is just like, okay. First and foremost, don't take this personally. Don't take what I'm saying to him personally.
Oh, I mean, you're allowed to flirt with whoever you want.
Point taken. And they're going to approach. Very much like evidently like just on their own. Like they're trying to like portray that it's like it's just him saying this, and like
For
they don't have
sure.
like a crowd.
Yeah.
And they want to like make sure that they have their full attention before beginning.
I think you approach and they kind of like swivel around and kind of like rest their chin on their hand and kind of.
I wouldn't be
lean
surprised if
over,
you got their
looking down
attention just because of the way you
expectantly
look.
at
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, very much that, but it's just like as soon as the eyes just like meet. Okay, hold on as I open this doc again. Well, I've come from a very, very faraway place to see the beauty of this land, and I see I've found it, all of it staring down at me here. Please, may you give me the honor of at least sharing your name with me, dear star?
Ooh.
you.
Ooh.
Do I need to roll to start?
Not yet. So they give they regard you curiously and it's an interesting specimen. Absolutely. My name is Mefli.
Mefli?
Mefli. Mepphli. Should you need to write it on any letters.
Oh my god.
And just immediate smiling because it's like they're so used to this, but they're also highly amused at what's going on.
We do it for sport here.
Literally, yeah, apparently. So funny. And just kind of like over dramatic bow towards them. Dear Mefli, I've been surrounded by treasure my entire life. I've had everything I could have ever wanted as a boy, but I could think of no better treasure than to dine alongside such a stunning being as yourself. Are you by chance free tonight?
No, I think we're gonna roll.
Alright, here we go.
I'm gonna go ahead and give you advantage on this.
Let's go, baby!
I believe.
Oh, good, because that first one was bad. Oh. Okay.
Alright, let's see what we're up against. Alright, +4. Looking at an 8, +4 is 19.
Whew.
21.
21.
Nice!
Yeah.
You see them regard you. They are pretty rapt with attention, and as you just give this such an earnest, such a playful request, there's just a little bit of pink around the sides of their cheeks, and they go, I might take you up on that if I'm not too busy with mine other suitors. And laughs, and he will actually reach over into the treasure chest and grab a little sack of tokens and toss them down to you with a wink and a broad smile. And you will get 30 tokens total.
Let's go! It's in response, they will go ahead and pull out a piece of paper and write down their name.
Excellent.
And bring it up.
Yeah,
Feel free to write me whenever. I hope to hear back soon.
the honesty, like the follow through on that makes them blush actually significantly deeper afterward.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, okay, this is great. And then you actually like give them your name and follow through on it, and they're just like, all right. The sincerity matters. They blow you a kiss as you walk off.
Another
I feel like
deep bow.
Catch me no golf claps.
Kind of swoon performatively.
As they head on back to their group and they hand patch me the 30 tokens.
Oh, but you earned it.
Was that
please.
really, like... Was that really flattery? That was it? That was the whole thing?
Seems like.
Why, you're disappointed?
Yeah, a little bit.
Can Hasan do an insight on this guy?
Sure. What are you looking for?
Hasan's interest is trying to insight how serious was this man in his compliments to Zoran, I guess.
Sure.
Is this a game to him or is it not?
21.
21.
Ooh.
This person's not really trying to hide anything, so they won't roll against you. I think the thing you realize, kind of like observing, even like a little bit afterward, while he kind of like continues to flirt with the other passersby, you get the sense part of the reason this person is doing this and kind of like made a whole game event of it is just they genuinely think people are beautiful and wonderful and enjoy the opportunity to get to say so in such a public forum. And just like whether that means the compliments they give are like genuinely heartfelt beliefs, or whether they are just think that people deserve to hear nice things about them is maybe somewhat ambiguous. Those things are close enough that it's pretty hard to suss out the intention even after more intense scrutiny. But at the very least, no part of this is in earnest. Is deceitful.
I like that. In that case, Hey-san, with no social skills whatsoever, is going to walk up to him and say, will not admit I am not too much for the flamboyant or outward appearance, or outward appearances to display one's character. I always think the words do more. I've tried it before. My friend has tried to do it for me before. However, I will say, good sir, as just a manner of compliment. I do have to say, the appearance that you choose is, how do I say, rare. I usually see it as a way to. I usually see fashion as a way to mask inner intentions, to mask who you are and present oneself as something else. You are one of the very few. You are one of the very few out there whose appearance, I would say, truly reflects what they mean outwards to everyone else.
Aw.
I simply wanted to provide you that courtesy.
Absolutely advantage on that. Because you basically just walked up here and say, I see the true you, and that you are showing us the true you, and I want you to know that that vulnerability is valid. It's just like, what an incredibly heartfelt thing to say. I love the academic approach to that charisma.
Yeah.
Adorable.
I mean, it's a shame that it's just an 11 because Hey-san is no good at Hey-san does not flirt or does not know how.
They got a 4. Plus 4 is 8. I think this comment with legitimately, like, you read him hard in this moment, and took that not in the way that I think he's traditionally familiar with, kind of snipping at each other when you kind of see their true selves in a like comical, fun, jovial way, but rather took that opportunity to say something very earnest and very kind, and that catches him off guard in a way he's absolutely not expecting.
I just read it like he almost like almost read like that like little bit of moisture that's like about to not cry, but is just like has had this heartfelt thing told to him. His eyes just like well up just a little bit.
It's a more subtle smile rather than the wide grin of someone beating him at his game in the way that Zoran's experience is. And he will, no smug retort, no remark, will just smile and give a little head nod of thanks at having been seen, and will likewise toss you down 30 tokens.
I...
Aww.
Now Hey-san's like, I didn't know Did I? I wasn't trying to... Hey-san kind of blushes now. And just kind of further
Kashmina
walks.
comes over to like pat your back and says, "That was very sweet, Hey-san."
Heisan just turns away and starts like scuttling. So it's like doing baby steps back, like, oh, no attentions, I didn't know.
Did you run Heisan before he realizes you blushed and you lost the game?
I was really upstaged though. Good on you, Heisan.
Aw.
It was a very kind thing you did.
See, I know you could be sweet when you really wanted.
Shut up.
Love you.
This is not fair, though. You guys just get to say, oh, look at you, you're so pretty, or whatever, and you get 30 tokens. I throw a heavy-ass bag 25 feet, and I get 8 tokens? Dude, what the heck kind of system is this?
Hey, you know what the lesson is? Emotional vulnerability is a lot harder.
And what do we do when we have big feelings? Get big muscles!
We get bigger muscles to push them farther down.
All right.
It's okay, Loka. We'll find something that'll get you rich quick, maybe, or also take all your tokens away. Who knows?
Would you like some pie, Luca?
I would like some ale! There's a drinking contest, and I aim to win!
Reasonable. While you are on the way to the drinking contest, could I get perception checks across the board?
Ooh, I forgot.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh
Ooh.
God, what's my perception?
We sure are playing D&D. Almost forgot.
11.
Ooh, I rolled the exact same. No, I didn't. 22.
13.
15.
Noted. So, the ale drinking competition.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Can Heisan will actually, can Heisan give Loka a preemptive bardic inspiration and then go do his own thing briefly?
For sure, if you'd like to. So, the ale drinking competition. This is, once again, this is not a betting, but it has a high token output. So there's going to end up being 6 to 12 total participants. I'm going to roll to see how many there are. And we're looking at who cannot fail the most con saves in a row. We've got a wide variety. We've got a fleet of ales. There are definitely, this competition looks like it is full of a lot more people, a lot more like you, Loka. We got some burly folks. We got folks with hella beer gut. We got people who are super stoked for this competition, and we got some people who are just here to try out some ale, and maybe they win, maybe they don't. Who cares?
Is Loka the smallest on the stage, though?
Well, there'd be, like,
height,
some
yes.
halflings,
Width,
maybe?
no. Yeah, definitely. Oh, halflings are here for this competition for sure. They are showing up, if not in the competition, certainly in the audience. So, we're looking at the first round, as the officiant explains. We're looking at a mug of Brightwood Ale, which is a DC 11 con save, to not be unable to drink further.
Ooh. I love that the different beers might have different... That's kind of fun.
The second round is a Splinter Tooth Ale, which is a DC 14 con save. The third round is a mug of Gut Punch Ale, which is a DC 17 con save. And after that point, we enter the bonus round.
Oh, God.
Where we are looking at the Green Death Ale, specially brewed in guard for this specific contest. Which is a DC 20 con save per mug, and you just keep doing that until there's a last man standing.
Oh my god.
Alright, so
you
we're
are-
just gonna get alcohol poisoning.
You will only be able to do this competition once, win or lose. Because by the end of it, you will be drunk as a skunk.
Dangerous. I like it.
I will remind you to only use that bardic inspiration if you otherwise would not succeed.
Yeah, and I'll remind you of the DCs before each round.
Yeah.
So, let's go ahead and pull together. We're going to see how many people you're fighting against. 6 to 12, so I'll just roll a d6 and add that to 6.
And I would
1!
also
Only
say-
7 contestants.
I will also say, as a reminder, if this is for saving throw, it is no longer rerollable. It just gives you temporary hit die, temporary hit points equal to Bardic Inspiration +3.
I'll go ahead and say it's rerollable for this part. We can. I'm okay with treating it like an ability check rather than it being health related.
Okay.
All right, who have we got in this competition? We've got a bard. We've got another barbarian. We've got a stout blacksmith. We've got a wizard. Blown in from out of town. We've got a bartender himself. Who thinks he can take it. And we've got just a guy who likes drinking. I'm gonna roll d4s to see what their plus is to con. And I'm gonna give them disadvantage on this. So they will only have chance. So that is a 3. No, I can't just like put it in front of them. I'm gonna use their HP. That's fine. Alright, second. We're looking at a 1. This barbarian, not great at con saves.
He's just not good at his job.
No, he's not. Why do you think he's here?
He's not a very good barbarian.
Looking at another 3. Bard known for drinking. Looking at a 2 on the blacksmith.
Watch this wizard be fucking...
Wizard's also a 2.
Ah.
And
the guy who just likes drinking. 3.
3.
Alright, so 2s and
Makes
3s
sense,
across the
yeah.
board. Loka, what's your
Not bad.
save?
My save is a +7.
Yeah,
That's a hell of a thing! Alright, wait here, let me...
I believe in you.
Where are you?
Beep. I believe in the heart of the cards.
Alright, so we're gonna do everyone before you. You're going to go last each round.
Alright.
Alright, so first round, DC 11. I'm gonna organize these people by save. So 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, and 3. So we've got 3 3s, 2 2s, and 1 1. Hey, convenient.
Very convenient.
We love when it just works out.
All right, so let's start with the barbarian DC 11 save with +1.
Fuck you.
Immediately out. Drinks
Oh my
the weakest halfway through the weakest
Oh my
ale, and he fully falls over. He fully passes out after like trying to chug halfway through. He just immediately taps out.
He came drunk.
Yeah, I think that is. He was trying
That's
to.
why
He was trying to pre-game for the ale drinking contest.
For the drinking contest.
That's what low int will do to you, buds. That's just how it works.
God.
That's not how to make your dreams come true, buddy. All right, blacksmith. We're looking at 15, totally fine.
Ooh.
The wizard has drank some weird shit in his life, but not weirder than this. Shouldn't have had wyvern poison the night before. All right,
They're falling like dominoes.
the drunk, totally fine, not bothered. The bard is out.
Wow.
The bard is out!
It got
All
stuck
right.
by the barbarian's foot.
And I think the bard was trying to convince the barbarian to pregame last night to get him to lose, and ended up just also pregaming.
God.
And the bartender, they +3, totally fine.
Hey,
all right,
wow.
so 3
This
out.
guy's getting
Time
hard in a
for
way.
you, Loka.
DC 11.
DC
Yes.
11,
I believe.
18 on the die.
totally fine.
Yeah.
All
Total of
right.
25, right?
Yeah, 25. Yeah.
All right, so we are looking at the blacksmith with a +2. Now the Splinter Tooth Ale DC 14 con save. Totally fine. No
Uh-oh.
light work, no reaction. All right, the drunk with a +3, 19, also totally fine.
This is his drink of choice.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is what he has in his mug right now.
He likes that better than the...
Yeah, he was just like, wow, this is significantly better. We're looking at the bartender with a +3. Natural 1!
Natural one.
Out of the game! Has to tap out, realizes he has a shift in the afternoon, cannot be hammered during the fest. His boss comes in and drags him out. All right, Loka. Looking for 14.
Wow,
13?
we dropped so
14.
many.
14. Okay.
I believe.
14.
On the
total.
die.
On the
Total.
die?
14 total.
Total.
Whoa.
Just
Plus
hanging
7
in
is
there.
14.
Now, no matter how weak the ale is, a whole mug of ale is still a lot of alcohol.
And now
Yeah.
you had 2.
And now you've had 2, and you're about to have a 3rd. We are going back in for the mug of Gut Punch Ale at a DC 17 con save. If everyone is knocked out in a round, you will split the pot. The pot in this case being 80 tokens.
Wow.
Oh wait, sorry. How many? There were 7. Yeah, 80 tokens, because 1 per contestant plus the initial prize pool. So we're looking at the blacksmith, looking for DC 17. Wins 15 on the die. Natural 1. Absolutely.
And he does not get that.
Takes 1 sip and goes, "Oh, that's a bad idea," and he's out. All right.
Oh my god.
It's
Pile
just
of
you
bodies.
and the drunk with the +3 looking for a 17.
This is his occupation.
Just fine. Just
Oh my
passes. With a 14 +3, he's starting to wobble. Starting to lean left and right, but finishes off that mug like a champ. Let's see it, Loka.
Come on, Loka.
You need a 10 on the die or better.
Come on, Loka.
You've still got your Bardic.
16 on the die.
16 on the die passes. All right.
Plus 7, 23. Oh my god.
It is the bonus round. The tavern. This is happening at the Rivers Meat Tavern, and people are going nuts. So,
Loka,
Loka, there-
Loka, Loka.
and then there's a backwards chant of "Let's go Loka, let's go Dale, let's go Loka, let's go Dale," back and forth as they bring out
Dale.
the lightly smoking Green Death Ale.
Oh my god.
There's just a little bit of green haze resting above the surface of these ales, and they bring out a tray. They've got 6 prepared for the next 3 rounds. If you do, neither of you pass out, they will not allow you to drink more legally. So, it is the drunk's turn. DC 20 needs a 17 or higher on the die. 12 to 15 doesn't make it. And does not make it through, is going to pass out. All right, Loka. DC
Come on,
20
Loka.
con save.
Come on, Loka.
I need
You
a
can do it.
13 or better.
13 or
And I
better,
have-
not including Bardic.
And
You
I
do
have
have
Bardic
Bardic.
if I need it.
I believe
I'm
you.
gonna. Oh
This
shit.
is so optimal.
I need the. Actually, even if I use the Bardic, I can't get it.
You can't.
Oh, but
No, I got a 3 on the die. 3 plus 7 plus
Oh,
8 would only be 18.
no.
are you? Oh, but then you still split it with him. At
You
least,
will
I think.
still
That's
split
true.
the pot. So, both of you fucking lock arms like brothers in war. Both chugging down this ale and tip backwards simultaneously. Double knockout in the
Fall
last
flat.
round. Hazily, the bartender lifts both of your arms and goes, "Double knockout, 2 winners!" Ah! The tavern goes wild. And you are both given groggily given a pouch of 40 tokens apiece.
Still.
As the other drunk from the floor is continuing to try and like sip what's left of the Green Death Ale out of the tankard.
Take that away.
Unsuccessfully.
From him,
Can I have another? That one didn't go down so good. I think if I had another chance, I'd be able
No,
to.
I think we're
Nope.
literally
Zero.
by. We have a
They're
healer.
done, yeah.
We have a healer nearby, and they are shaking their head vehemently. It looks like they are angry we gave this to either of you in the first place. Okay.
I'll beat him up.
No,
Where's
okay.
that-
Sorry
where's that
about him.
healer?
No, come here. Thank you all. Thank you. Come on, big boy.
Loka activates rage mode.
No.
God.
Come on.
I
You
would
got 40
absolutely join
tokens.
in if I didn't have a base constitution.
So you are going to be drunk for probably the next couple of hours at least.
Incredible.
Whoa.
And there's still more sports to do. I wanna go play all the sports. Yes, Mina, please catch me. I'm falling.
I think she knows better than to try and catch a falling drunk.
Womp.
It's like, nope, sorry. Yep, you.
A
fall,
big
but
wet slap.
Just kind of. But goes to like nudge you once you're like settled on the ground. It's just like.
Why don't you catch a falling?
Because you will absolutely fuck up your back if you try to catch a falling person.
Oh, okay.
Come on! You get your legs under you.
I'm good. I just, the balance thing is a whole issue right now. And
Well, yep.
I can't really see there. Like, both of my eyes are closed, I think.
Well, maybe you should open.
I don't know if I can anymore.
Well, then, let's see. What can we do with our drunken friend? I think
All right, how about you and I go get some food? Does that sound good?
Isn't there a pie eating contest?
I don't
trust you with that right now.
Then let's do the trick shot archer competition. I think I could really do something with that.
You're gonna.
Veron is heavily considering it.
No, he cannot. He cannot.
Of course I can.
No, you.
Let's go. Yes.
Okay, just like smash me up. Come on.
We're not putting a weapon in his hands.
To admit, it would be hysterical.
He's gonna shoot somebody.
And that's the fun of it.
No.
We want to shoot people with their own bows. Let's go, push me.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, you know what? If you're insistent on it, I better be there because, for the love of God, at least I can maybe fucking stop it.
Oh, it'll be fine. I can't use my eyes. What could go wrong?
I will be so surprised if they let you even try. Let's go.
I hope they do.
I also hope they do. I want to compete as well for it. I can't use longbows, but I'm gonna do it anyways.
Lucky for you, as you approach the range, they're using exclusively short bows. I don't know if you have proficiency in those either. But so the archery range, it's a little bit further out, so they've got like some nice room. There's no tents or anything set up behind the archery range, thank God. Because I mean, and they're letting all variety. It looks like they're using like mildly blunted arrows as well. So there is a, it's a little safer than just straight up using bows. It looks like it's being operated by several Gardish rangers. And might make you do a double take at first. There are actually a couple of very tall, broad half-orcs at the range wearing Brodor's colors with some enormous long bows on their back. That look like they are struggling to manage the very small short bows that are available at the range. Being very respectful. It looks like they're actually being pretty chummy with the Gardish Rangers, who are all kind of like having a laugh, including the Brodor folks themselves. At like, all right, so I gotta like hold it with like 3 out of 5 of my fingers and pull back, and the arrow like shoots off.
Tiny.
Yeah. It looks absolutely insignificant,
like a toy
in their hands, and they kind of all have a laugh about it.
Proficient. We're so back. I'm proficient.
Can we use those big ones that they're using, or those the ones that we get to use?
Oh, no. Also, you seem extremely intoxicated.
No.
Blinks one eye at a time.
I'm not intoxicated.
You know, actually, I tell you what.
Enough to do it.
No, absolutely. You've got actually. Here, let's move you over here, and you see they like maneuver Loka towards the like kiddie range for the archery competition that has like these big like stuffed sacks on the tips of the arrows.
I was gonna say they have like little like pigment
they're like LARP
sacks
arrows basically.
That's so funny.
And yeah, they're full of
this game.
they're full of a powder, so
so
that
good.
if they hit the target, they leave like a big round mark, so you can see if and where they've hit the target. Otherwise, the range is managed with short bows of a few varieties, and then at the long end, they have the trick shot competition. So here, let's scroll over to where the archery range is. So we're looking at 60-foot range, short bows.
Yeah.
You got 3 shots, cost 10 silver apiece. So various ACs, 22 for bullseye, 18 for yellow band, 16 for red band, 14 for blue band in descending order.
Right.
And then the trick shot competition, same price, 10 silver pieces. One of the Gardish Rangers will throw 3 apples into the air. 2 red and 1 green. You have to determine which one is the green apple and then shoot it. The AC will be 30 minus the result of a perception check to hit the green apple out of the air among... Sorry, it's not 3, it is 5 apples. It is 4 red apples and 1 green apple. If you want to attempt the trick shot later, both separate competitions, and the trick shot pays out pretty significantly more.
I'm going to do both.
At the kitty range, same ACs for all of the normal archery stuff, but payout is significantly smaller. But if you manage to get like the highest ring of points, they let you keep the toy bow.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute.
Loka, all of your attacks will have disadvantage for sure.
Oh, yeah, I was hoping so.
Yeah.
If not, I was going to impose disadvantage on myself.
I love that for you.
So, anyone who wants to give it a shot, it's 10 silver pieces apiece, and I will ask for 3 attack rolls. Depending on whether you're proficient with short bows or not is going to basically determine your bonus. So it's dex plus proficiency if you're proficient.
Hang on. You said it was 10 apiece. You don't mean 10 per arrow, just 10 per person.
Correct. 10 silvers a play.
Okay. Let me recalculate them.
So...
Because I've already taken off there.
And as long as you're not, like, hurting anyone, you can play as many times as you want.
1 gold is how many silver?
10.
Okay, so just 1 gold piece.
Yeah.
Okay.
Effectively.
I don't have any silver in my inventory, so I was like,
Oh, that's reasonable.
Alright, I'll start with the archery and then I'll get a trick shot.
Yeah, for sure.
Me too.
Alright. Do you want to do side by side? Both taking shots one at a time?
Sure.
Alright, let's see a shot from either of you. Or both of you.
Hold on.
What's the AC?
Depending on what you hit, it'll be different rings. So, in descending order, 22, 18, 16, and 14.
Alright, first roll.
And
natural 20.
Hell yeah!
Whoa.
Bullseye, dead center. 10 points!
I didn't know you could shoot like that.
Plus our dex, or what?
Yes. So it's plus dex, plus proficiency if you're proficient in short bows.
I would assume I am.
Are you
Short bows
proficient
are
in simple?
included in...
It just says martial and simple weapons. I tried to
Yes, so then you're proficient.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Because short bows
Short bow
are
is simple. weapons.
and long bows are martial. I think long bows are separate from martial, right? Aren't some of the
don't
ranged
know.
weapons
I've never used
distinct?
a bow.
Anyway.
Anyways, so I have disadvantage plus 7.
It is martial.
That's a 15 and a 16, so that's still going to be a 22.
So so you will also hit bullseye, but with this big sock dart.
That's right, Luca, get the bullseye.
I think that
right, Darren, get the bullseye.
Gardish Gardish folks look legitimately impressed.
Alright, so that was our first one.
I think Pashmina looks impressed. It's just like,
So it's also like, God, I haven't shot anything in so long. Oh.
Alright. Let's get those attack rolls.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Ooh, okay. 15 on the die plus 7.
22.
22.
do we have...
And then I got 16. 9
16.
plus 7.
Hits red band. So Loka's hits, but is a little off center. Zoran, you said you got 22?
22.
Bullseye again for Zoran.
Wow.
So we're looking at 6 and 10 again.
I
Still
should've tried
still
this. I
landing
never thought
targets.
so.
You can if you would like to. Maybe after
Come on
after
in,
this kind of
Tasmina,
duel.
The arrow's fine.
I think I'm gonna stay on standby for you.
Wow! He like swings around with the bow and the arrow already locked.
And that's why. Please don't do that. Eyes on the prize, big boy.
All right.
Reactions at the ready.
Come on, look, are you gonna beat me or what?
I'm working at a disadvantage here, sweet cheeks. Let's go. Come on.
Let's see it.
15 for me.
15 hits blue band, so you do hit the target, but it's pretty close to the edge.
Hot.
Ooh, okay, 16 on the die.
16 on the
Nice.
die. Red band, just a little bit closer.
No,
On the
16 plus
die.
16 plus 7.
23. Bullseye again.
Wow.
Let's go!
And that's all your arrows. So Loka
Yep.
ended up with a total of 20, and Zoran with a total of 30. A perfect
Holy
score
shit.
on Zoran's half of things. It's been a long time. So, Loka, you'll get, you do not manage the highest tier, unfortunately. But you'll get 10 tokens regardless. Zoran with a perfect score will get a full 20 tokens.
Oh, wow.
Wonderful. Is anyone keeping track of our tokens?
I have my tokens.
I have mine.
I have mine as well.
So now you have 50 now. Zoran.
Because 30, 20.
The electron.
Yep.
Okay.
Loka is gonna give Zoran a high five.
Zoran will gladly give that back. Just a very solid high five.
The Gardish Rangers running in are just like, wow, that's very impressive. Even the folks from Brodor also give a clap, just like, that's good shooting.
Yeah, he's.
Oh shit! I shouldn't say this, should I?
What?
Oh god.
Do it. Go ahead.
Oh, Caroline, I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he's like a prince or whatever, so he got all the training in the world. He's so good at it.
I think.
And I'm so drunk, and I still. I don't think they were far away enough, really. Like, I think
halfway through that, Petrina just trips you. Whoops.
There is a hearty laugh. It looks like none of them took that too seriously, but there is some heart. Just like,
A prince, all right. The prince of my heart. Okay.
That's some princely shooting, if you know what I mean.
Long live this queen! Help me up! Help me up!
I think
Stop
one of
talking
the
and you can stand again.
I think one of the half orcish like longstriders literally just like picks you up fully, and then sets you back down on your feet.
Thank you. Why does my feet feels like hands?
I mean, if I could shoot half as good as that after having how much have you had today?
So I did the drinking contest and I came in first with another person. And
Wow! Holy shit!
I had the green death sting, the misty death.
You see the Gardish Rangers take a look over each other. It's like, oh yeah, the Green Death ale. Yeah, they've been working on that for a while. Was it good at least?
No, it tasted like bog water.
That's
That's
probably
how you know
about
it's
the-
good. That's how you know it's going to get you drunk.
Better than last time. I think last time they tried to make it. I think it just tasted like thorns.
Oh god, that sounds horrible.
Yeah, it was. So they were improving. We've upgraded to bog water.
Fabulous.
They won't even let me have it again because I figured I'd try it some more to see if it was still good, but they said no.
No,
Where's that healer? I'm gonna beat the shit out of him.
Oh boy. They give you some kind of chuckles and looks. But they also just say, if anyone else wants to play or try out the trick shots, we've got a few.
Trick shot, you and me, Zoran, let's
We're not going to be giving you the pointy arrows, just kind of on principle, unfortunately.
Why not?
No, yeah, you.
How am I
right,
supposed to play the game?
You come back in a few hours, have a snack, and we'll.
I wanna. but I wanted to do it now.
The range will be
we'll
here when
for-
you're ready.
Yeah, we've got all evening and probably most of tomorrow at least. If we're not just gonna stay here the whole festival. It's several days.
Can
I'll
I
also
at
do
least-
so much better when I have your eyes on me as well, Loka.
Can I at least spot for my friend?
I mean, sure, yeah, come and watch all you want.
Okay.
Did I establish that Hassan left the party for a moment?
You did.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Awesome. I wanted to make sure I did that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um,
So,
I have a question.
Yeah.
I know I didn't do the normal thing. Can I try for the trick shots?
yeah,
alone?
absolutely, if you want to.
Yeah.
They kind of like gesture. There's actually 3 trick shots you can do. The biggest one, the one that will get you the most rewards, is that fast shot. But there's alternatively, they're just going to throw 2 apples in the air, and you need to shoot both of them, so making 2 ranged attacks in succession. That's the easiest one. The medium one is they're going to throw 2 apples to either side, and you need to hit both of them. So that's 2 hit attacks with disadvantage. And then the last one being they're going to throw a basket of apples into the air, of red apples, and you need to shoot the green one, which is the AC 30 minus perception check.
Perception.
Yeah.
Okay.
All the apples the other 2 are 14. So 2 in succession, normal, 2 in succession, disadvantage, and then the quick shot. If you hit all 3, you get the most points. If you hit none of them, you don't get very many points, etc.
Yeah.
So if you'd like to try. All right.
Sure.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
What's the pay-in for that?
10 silver again, so 1 gold.
okay.
Okay.
Remove.
Oh, my gold is running down. Okay.
All right.
All right.
So let's go with trick shots. So starting with, they're going to toss 2 apples. They're going to do it one at a time for each of you.
Okay.
So first for Zeron, 2 apples into the air. Can you shoot both of them down? We're looking at 2 AC 14 attacks.
Okay. So the first one is a 14 on the die.
Hits.
So 21. And the second apple is a 12 on the die. So 19.
19 hits, yeah. Easy enough. They toss them both in the air. You take them both down. Peshmina, the same. They're toss them for you.
Trying
You can
to
tell
see.
the apples are a little underripe too, or either underripe or overhard. These are not apples that are necessarily going to waste.
How do I tell what my attack with a short bow is?
If you have proficiency with it, it will be plus dex plus proficiency. So if you are proficient, it'll be plus 7. If you are not, it'll be plus 3.
Oh, I am proficient, it seems.
You are proficient, so
Excellent.
yeah, plus 7.
Oh no. That's a 3 plus 7.
At 3 plus 7 percent, you whiff the first one. Do you hit the second one?
No, that's a 1.
1.
Oh.
1.
Hard
7.
whiff both shots, unfortunately. Did you know that when you draw a bow, regardless of longbow or short bow, it actually like tenses your back muscles in a really like
Yeah.
kind of firm, interesting, appealing way?
I think Peshmina is starting to realize that this is not her weapon of choice. She is, in fact, a hand-to-hand combat person.
Come on, Zaran, come on, Peshmina. You can do it. Hit the target.
All right, going for the second one. So,
All right.
likewise, but we're looking at 2 attacks with disadvantage, AC 14.
Disadvantage. All right. Am I going first again?
Yep.
Okay. First one. Oh, okay. So I had double 8s. So 8 plus 7 is
15.
15?
So you do hit the first one.
Okay. And second one, that is a 10 on the die and a natural 20, so 17.
Nice, yeah. So you hit the first one, then whip around to the side to knock the second one out of the air. Peshmina, want to give the slightly harder one a go still?
I feel like she feels like she paid in. She wants
Might
a
as well
chance
go
to-
for all 3.
Come
Yep.
on, Peshmina, you can do it.
She breathes in, breathes out. And this is with disadvantage?
Correct.
That's not good. 17?
17 will hit the first one.
Then...
Whip around and try and get the second.
No! One of those was a natural 20, the other's a 4.
No! Get the first one, and you're on target for the second one. And just over-aim slightly. You graze the stem off of the second apple.
Okay, those muscles are burning. Those are muscles I didn't even know I had. Ow.
Alright, last one.
Can I shoot this one past me? Look, I promise I'll get it.
All right. Okay.
Hmm.
Just like slightly nervous for this one. Okay, I got
All right,
this.
so
I got this.
Go ahead and make me a perception check as they toss the basket of apples into the air.
All right, that is going to be a 19. 14 plus 5.
So, 30 minus 19, you're only looking at an AC 11 to hit.
Wow.
Hey. All right.
Can I help Pashmina?
You can try to help
Hi.
Pashmina if you want to.
Right.
If you get under a 10, you're going to give Pashmina disadvantage on her attack roll.
Do I have
Very
disadvantage on the roll?
Absolutely.
Damn it.
So good. I'm gonna roll
Amazing.
to hit.
My perception is +6, so I got a 12.
Zeron, how'd you do?
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Oh my god.
Holy
I
shit.
cannot believe you're... You're
joking.
incredible.
So
I'm not joking.
you line up this apple. Spot it, easy. Red and green, those aren't even the same color. Easy. You nail this apple through the center and then pin it to one of the other targets downrange.
Oh my god. You absolutely...
Applause. They are very enthused by this. Is deeply impressive.
like Pashmina's just gobsmacked. Like,
All right, Loka, how'd you do on your perception?
So one was a 17, one was a 6, plus 6 is going to be 12.
12. All right, so Pashmina, you're looking at an AC. If you choose to take this assistance, as Loka is like shouting at you from behind you, you're looking at an AC 18 attack, or you can make your own perception check.
oh, that's tough. Okay.
I'm gonna even. You know what? Given that Luca is shouting behind, as a drunk man shouting behind you, you can take his advice. You can take the drunk man's advice, or make your own perception check, also at disadvantage. He rolled a 6 plus 6 for 12.
Yes.
Yeah. And my perception's not... I don't have, like, a fantastic bonus or anything. That's so tough. I feel like I at least want to try to see if I can do any better.
Reasonable.
I don't know. Like... Oh god. Okay, we'll see. Okay, I rolled a 15 plus 2.
17
Plus
all
2,
right.
17 brings that down from an 18 to a 13. Significantly easier, and then you can make your attack roll.
Am I... Is that attack roll with a advantage?
Just flat.
Just a flat, okay. Sorry, Bubby, hold on. Oh! The 18 plus 7!
Yeah, so
25.
you've kind of scuffed the first two, but this one you're on target. You are blocking.
Okay.
You're blocking out Loka.
I think because of his shouting, it's almost like the pressure of it kind of sends her into a state of like she is now like the wall has gone up. She is meditating. She is focused. She is like blocking you out actively. It's like breathe in, breathe out.
Fire and hit.
Yep.
Easy. Cord the apple. The opposite of active listening.
She turns around and just like punches you hard in the shoulder.
Ow! What the hell was that about?
You were screaming in my ear.
I'm I'm way down here. How can I be screaming in your ear? I barely come up past your hip. Ah!
You've got the volume for it.
Peshmina, you will
Fabulous show,
receive
my man.
5 tokens for getting at least one of them, and to be fair, getting the hardest one. And Zoran, once again, a perfect score, will be getting the full 20 tokens.
Holy jeez.
Oh.
You have to let that be out.
Yeah, the Gardish folks seem very, very impressed by your entire full marks on both of the ranges.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of them jokes like, if you want to try the kitty range and go 3 for 3? That's damn impressive.
I mean, if you want me to, I'd be more than happy to.
I don't think you'll have any use for a toy like that. Frankly, if you want one of the short bows for yourself, you seem apt enough with it.
I couldn't take one from you. It's quite alright.
That's understandable.
Wait,
Yeah.
did I get the kitty bow?
No, you didn't. You didn't win.
But I got money.
You did. You need to get the highest point tier to get the kitty bow.
Oh.
If you want to try again, you certainly can.
No, that's fine.
You still did good. You did
I did-
shockingly well.
I did better than Zaron, that's for sure.
You truly crushed me.
I can't believe how bad you did.
I was awful.
Wow.
Peshmina kind of happily holding her 5 little tokens, just like, okay. I did that.
Peshmina and Zoran,
Hi.
could you give me insight checks?
Fear, okay. Insight?
Mhm.
Oh, there's the bad roll. 1.
18 plus 6.
18 plus 6, 24. Yeah, Zoran, having a good time. People are doing great.
Yeah.
These folks from Brodor have the muscles of a climber. It's crazy. Peshmina, I think for a moment you can kind of, with that moment of active listening, or active not listening, kind of meditative state focus, your mind kind of opens out a sec and you can take a step back out of your own head to kind of look at this here, and you notice the Gardas Rangers are watching all the various common folk, frankly, all the children, all the contestants, Motlins, practicing on this range, having fun, playing games, but there is a silent assessment going on. That is, there is a care to which the way these rangers are watching not just the fun results for the prizes, but these people's technique, the way they can and can't block out the distractions, whether they know how to hold a bow particularly well, whether they seem to be able to settle themselves into a steady aim to land these targets that has pretty obvious ulterior motives.
I think if any of the like attendants or like watchers are not like actively preoccupied,
there's quite a few of them. They need like probably half a dozen or so to run the entire range to make sure for safety reasons. And yeah, at any given point, there's probably 1 or 2 that are kind of off on their own.
I think she'll approach whoever looks just open. Says, congratulations on your progress with the wood.
Oh, thank you very much. We're very proud of it, very happy with it. It's, feels like we're making more progress every year, which is great.
I have maybe a slightly indelicate question.
I may have a slightly indelicate answer.
You're not watching to see who would make a particularly good ranger, are you?
They kind of like, for lack of better terminology, like sober up a little at the question. They've crossed their arms and it's like, then I think you've surmised what we wanted to make sure we wanted to get the range here this year.
What? This might be a bit of a big question for just a few of you, but is there a general sort of attitude towards the news from the Gardish?
We're... a couple of our... kind of pause, hesitate. They're kind of hemming and hawing on how much they want to say here, don't want to misrepresent anyone or speak out of turn for kind of the rest of their fellows, but you know, go ahead and give me a persuasion check with advantage. So you've kind of, with this insight, have very much kind of identified the state of things.
17 plus 1, 18.
18. And lean in a little closer and talk a little quieter. You see them specifically eye, like, the kids' range, and as they hush their voice, and just, some of our elder rangers, given a lot of time to read out in the woods, spent some time looking over, got a copy of the particular terms of negotiation from one of the arbiters. And frankly, it looks like under not even Haraxan control, but Haraxan influence, the Deep Wood would become... it's not exactly a priority to the Coalition. And we would not see our work undone, or become for naught. If that means we have to leave it for a while, so that we can come back to it later, we can make up the progress, or at least our sons and daughters can.
I hope you know that while I haven't really had a chance to speak with anyone else about it, I'm sorry that you are being put in such a position. I heard
Kind of
about...
dismissal hand wave of like, frankly, we're used to it.
The rest of Matla doesn't. Everyone has much softer lives. The skills and knowledge of the Gardish would be... it's indispensable.
It's part of the reason we're doing this. If even if other parts aren't ready for what may come. We want to at least have a sense of whether they can be taught. Current outlook's positive.
Nods along solemnly. If I could learn, anyone could. Sorry to put a damper on things.
No more than we have by, frankly, putting weapons into the hands of the citizenry, but they seem to be having fun. And
Certainly, it kind of looks back at like Loka.
and frankly, the range is very popular. People like to see arrow shoot,
Yeah.
especially after they've had a beer or two.
Or 4.
Well, good evening. Happy harvest.
Likewise. Try not to think about things too hard. We've still got time, and it's at least not what the festival should be for you. Kind of gives a somewhere between apologetic and hopeful smile.
She looks a little cheered by that. I'm taking it as an excuse to be particularly proud of my homeland.
As well you should be. And us as well. Though, we'll do so from the background as much as we can.
I think she'll kind of start heading off with a little wave to them. Regroup with the others.
Yeah, they'll stand back up and pull an arrow from their quiver and take to the range themselves for a little bit. Looks like kind of blowing off a little steam. I would like one more round of perception checks.
Should I roll for Hassan as well?
Please do, and we will get to you
Oh no,
thereafter.
that was
Yeah. Sorry for breaking away.
No, please.
no. You're good.
21.
21.
9.
9.
4 plus
4.
2.
I got y'all. Don't worry.
Pasmina, did you tell him for me to do the arrows? Because I want to do the arrows, the real ones. Did you tell him?
We had a different conversation.
Not
Unrelated.
about the arrows.
You're a grown man. You can vouch for yourself.
I tried that.
Hey, son, how'd you do on perception?
14.
14. Zeron.
Hi.
Having a good time. It's a little overcast. It's actually overcast breaking into more sunny now at the festival. And you look up and you see a haze. There's something not quite right about some kind of like very small patch way up in the sky. Kind of hard to determine. Can you give me an Arcana check?
Yes.
This is
I
bad.
Give me 1 sec. I need to check something real quick.
You're so fine. I don't have a good Arcana.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You can, in fact, make that with advantage. And I will not tell you why immediately.
I don't like that. I don't need it. It was a natural 20. I wish I was joking. I wish I was joking.
Amazing.
You're on a roll tonight.
It's
For real.
all going to go downhill for me. The next combat we get, it's going to be nothing but like 2s.
Don't listen.
If you,
Next combat.
if you had
Not
to
gonna go
guess, Zeron, what spell do you think you have cast the most over the course of this campaign?
Me?
Yeah.
Probably? That's not a cantrip?
That's not a cantrip.
That isn't a cantrip. Probably... I don't think disguise self counts because Eldritch, so then it would be invisibility.
Something you're very familiar with.
Oh,
Yeah, yep.
And you know, on kind of an academic level, part of... Let's say, for this example, experientially more than academic, actually. The way invisibility works is that the space you are in both absorbs and projects the light from either side, such that someone looking through it doesn't have any reason to suspect that there's something in between them and whatever they're looking at. The object is still there, the light itself simply passes through it. This gets problematic at scale. The bigger an object is, and the further away those beams of light are that are passing through an invisible object, the easier and more likely it is that they become warped and a little unsettled when passing through such a large invisible object, especially if it's moving, and especially if it's moving at higher speeds. If you had to guess, this disturbance is probably like, I mean, given the height and the size at this range, probably dozens of miles off. And very hard to tell in what direction it's traveling, simply because it's very hard to look at on a fundamental level already. But you do notice it, and you do know what it is. Insofar as there's something that does not want to be seen, is very large, is moving very fast through the sky.
Can I take like the next 3 to 5 minutes just trying to look at it?
Yeah,
but
for sure.
specifically to see what direction it's going in.
Yeah. Absolutely. Go ahead and give me a survival check.
Oh, God. Okay, that's 17 on the die, so that's going to be an 18.
18's pretty good.
Wow.
It's not moving away from you.
Does it
It's
look like
getting closer, for sure. But again, at this distance and at that scale, it's hard to be precise. You have its like bearing within a range of 180 degrees, basically. Like it is in fact moving closer to you. You know that it is not moving away from you, but whether it is heading toward you rather than just past you is harder to determine.
Okay.
You also get the sense that if you stop looking at it, it may be very difficult to find it again until it is perhaps much closer.
I think they catch up on that and don't look away. So it just looks like they're just staring up at the sky at nothing, probably. But just kind of like waves their arm out, like trying to like tap like Pashmina's shoulder or like Loka's head.
Something got your attention? What's
kind of. Okay, it's going to sound very weird just because it's kind of difficult to see, but here, stand right next to me and look just straight up my arm past my finger here, and they're gonna point up to where it is, but like trying to do so in a way like it makes sense to try and see it.
Yeah, I think it'll take a little bit of time for your eyes to focus. Pashmina, you can see the disturbance. Loka, I'm gonna ask for another perception check from you. We'll say it's flat since Zeron is helping you.
Alright. Oh, that just went off the desk.
Oh, okay.
12?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's hard to keep track of it. I think you blink and lose it a couple times before you actually spot it again. But you notice that there is certainly a disturbance, but some kind of like weird mirage effect moving through the sky.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Could I use something like survival or something similar to like actually discern a
Bearing?
Oh, true. Yeah, like
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
it coming from the north?
For sure.
Kind of.
And you know what? I'll give you advantage since Zeron's helping you spot it.
Okay. What am I rolling?
Survival.
Survival.
With advantage.
Oh, good. 9 plus 6.
15?
15. Yeah.
You'd say it's coming, like, probably directly toward you.
But is it coming from the north? Like, from where we're standing? Is that the
Northwest.
west? Huh.
Kind of, like, above the mountain range between Matla and the Haraxan Coalition, vaguely.
Okay.
Not directly over it. It looks like it
Right,
is further north and east than that. With a 15, I'll give you an estimate of if it is coming here, about how soon you think it would be here.
I was gonna say, can I get like a distance slash time over distance?
Before sundown, probably.
Oh,
But
yeah, okay.
probably not before, like, twilight. Or let's say, in actual time terms, if it is currently probably late morning, or not, this is ceremony like around noon, so it's like, I don't know, like 1 p.m. currently. It will probably be here by like 6. Sometime between 6 and sundown.
Ashmina immediately starts looking for the nearest arbiter.
Absolutely. We're gonna pause there. Hassan, what are you up to?
Hassan was going to take a minor excursion to find a... God, I don't think I put her name down. Witch lady.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was written in texture voice. Justin Rask.
Justin Rask?
Yes.
No,
no, that
that's-
was someone else.
We
Not him,
spam
Craddock.
too much in here.
No, I think it was with Justin Rask. No.
Oh, just... That's not...
Jalester Silver? No.
And it wasn't
No,
Jalester
No,
Silvermane.
that's...
That's Emerald's Survivor.
Pretty sure it was Justin Rask.
Yeah, I think it was.
Oh, okay. I thought... Huh, okay.
Yeah,
The
yes,
witch.
yes, that was them.
Alright.
And
Easy enough.
Where are they today? Are they holed up in there?
Same location, though a lot of people seem to be just largely ignoring it. Like, treating it as if the storefront simply isn't there.
Is it not Ulcoria? Sorry, I just looked for, like, the dwarven lady from the...
Yes.
Ulcoria Stone Marrow?
That's the one.
Ulcoria
Okay.
Stone.
That's what I thought.
I'll put that down.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, raven-haired and bearded dwarven mage. Yep, there we go. You head in, and she lifts a tankard of ale in your direction. Just, happy harvest.
Happy harvest. I should say, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised you're keeping to yourself this day.
Oh, and I'll be out and about for next day or so, at least.
And forgive for my intrusion. I hope you find yourself. I hope you are enjoying yourself.
Oh,
even
very
if it
much
is
so.
in-
Do you know how many varieties of ale are within a city block of me right now?
I cannot imagine.
Delicious.
I'm-
Conveniently, do you know how far Mage Hand can go?
I believe it was around 30 feet, correct?
With some adjustments.
You don't mean to say you are paying for ale, are you? You are paying for it?
Of course, just delivery.
I see.
What can I do for
You know,
this fine day?
if this was anybody else, I would find it abhorrent, but I find that quite charming. You know.
Appreciated.
I
Looking to engage in commerce? So do you want tokens, by the way? I can choose not to give them to you if they're a bother.
No, I would love tokens, although no, I don't know how much purchasing I will be able to do today. My
Reasonable.
list of needs are little. My list of needs are little, and what is on there is far out of my price range, unfortunately.
I understand.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
we've got deals. Things are currently with the festival and all. We're a little bit off, 10 to 20%, depending.
I have 100 gold, and I don't suppose you'd be willing to sell me another 200 gold worth of incense for 100.
She gives you a look, and kind of, well, it is the festival. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Jeez. Oh. Well, that's a 23.
Tell you what. I appreciate your kind of gestures to all of you. Sit down and have a drink for a couple minutes. And 100 gold is fine.
I will certainly do so.
You see her mage hand retracts from, you see it appear from the door behind her holding a mug of ale, and sets it down in front of you.
Hassan will take a sip. How strong is Guardian Ale in comparison to...
Relevantly, this is actually not Guardian Ale. What she has retrieved for you is a Phasia import. Of local
The
wheat.
taste of home.
And
Funny.
just kind of, sorry, I didn't mean to presume, but I thought it might.
No, this is... I haven't had... I would say I haven't had this in a while, but something from home is greatly appreciated as a gesture. Thank you.
Happy to. So, if I may be so bold, what have you been casting lately? Usually those I know who with great needs for incense are conducting some sort of project.
There's a certain individual who has been troublesome to one of my companions, one of great power and old age. And there are powerful spells that I know will give me information about them. I mentioned their name, but even mentioning it, I feel would draw their attention.
I, would not want to draw their ire here.
Neither would I. I only
Appreciate
hope
it.
that their eyes aren't on me. Although, that and of course, the often use of plant growth. A friend of mine mistook a terrarium for a place to get snacks from. So I had to spend a good 8 hours simply concentrating to make sure that it would grow back correctly.
I mean, given enough drinks, I think I would make the same mistake, but... You know.
Still, it was in another person's home, in a home of a friend. Or I want to say, like, a friend's parents' home. It's not the kind of thing, you just don't go to someone's friend's home and then friend's parents' home and then just mess everything up and
It's not a good look, definitively.
No, it's not. And the last previous companions of that companion's parents thought we had kidnapped them. It would be terrible to make the same mistake, have the same insinuation twice.
You're very interesting friends.
Yes. Yes, then they curse me for it every day, and I thank them for it every day. I curse them for it every day, I thank them for it every day.
Well, to friendship then, I suppose. And raises her mug.
Yeah, to friendship.
I won't capitalize on your time any further, should you not desire likewise, but... And we'll get your incense for you.
There was also, if I may, a brief question I wanted to ask of you.
Certainly.
You do dabble in the arcane, do you know?
Of course.
A friend of mine, another one of my companions,
Another
is
interesting
rather-
friend.
yes, is rather in tune with, how do I say, the entire world itself. The world, it seems as though the nature around them, how do you say, magnetizes itself to them wherever they are. It's beyond my purview, far beyond that of simple scholarship or anything written in a tome. Something almost instinctual and alien, something only he and a few others experience. And I don't even mean to suppose you would know much about that.
The only thing I can tell you is, the material plane is the source and end of all magic. And, at least for us. It's a powerful thing to be in tune with. To harmonize with.
I can only wish such attunement could be learned.
Oh, don't be so quick to wish. Lightning strikes at its most focused point. And I do not wish to become such a pole.
Isolation and out of view, as opposed to being the focal point of attention. I can understand that. It's something my people and I quite value, although it may not be. I'm talking to. The beer is making me talk too much.
Good.
Forgive me.
Likewise.
Well, I will say, before I go, and Hisan will hand them all of their money, I guess. That literally just is all of their money.
You have 100 gold?
Yeah.
And they'll reach behind the counter and give you several sacks totaling 100 tokens.
Oh.
2 for every gold spent, including the discount.
Oh, that's nice. I will say though, if my friend's intuition is correct and his intuitions as his attunement would inspire confidence in are not often wrong, you've chosen a wonderful place to do your magics. It is this is a spot of power, even if only slightly. I do hope you continue to use it to the good of everyone around you.
We'll see if they deserve it.
Good day, and I suppose I'll see you again.
I hope so.
And you said 100 tokens.
Correct. They'll wave you off.
Hasan will go about his business, and goddammit, he has incense again for another legend lore.
As Pashmina is approaching, let's say Claude is the nearest arbiter.
God.
And
Oh boy.
as you approach and see this thing in the sky, that's where I'm going to call it for this week, because it is almost goddamn 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yep. We did go a little long.
Hey.
And I didn't notice until like 10 minutes ago. I was just like, this is great. I'm having a great time. We're having... Oh my god, it is almost 1 a.m. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So thank you all very much for playing. This has been a delight. Running festival games is fun.
It's very good.
Especially when I was just like, you know what, I need little markers. Just teeny little dumb simple visual makes a genuine, it makes it easier to track, it makes it more fun.
I realized we got here and last time we talked about making the pitch, we did not make the pitch.
We did not make the pitch.
We've been so distracted.
I mean, we've got time if we want to, but Baldur's Gate kind of happened between now and then.
Don't worry about it.
So, we got time.
I love that. I love the
oh yeah, I'm gonna put just the Hodge Pig race as like a slab on Tailspire for other people to use. Be adorable because it just works. It literally is at this point with this level of fidelity, the little mechanical horse race at the carnival, basically.
Yeah.
I also like the way, I think that is maybe one of the best games as written in like the lists that I've been using, because I pulled that one directly from Dragon Racing, from the GM binder of festival activities by Curio Solis. If anyone is interested, anyone at home listening, or me in the future, is interested in looking it up. And the way that it's like, unlikely to move forward, unlikely to move backward, likely to stay still, makes it just like it's perfect. It's perfect for just like having everyone shout at it. And you can influence it a little bit with animal handling, which is really cute.
Funny.
I guess I'm just doing Stars and Wishes now, for me. Because I'm having a lot of fun. Carnival games have been super fun. I like I said, I found great resources and got to remix them with a bunch of stuff. I'm really excited to see what prizes y'all are actually interested in. Love to seed, as always, festivals must have background drama. Must have background drama.
Yes.
So that's fun. And I am excited to see how that continues to play out. I was excited to spend some more time with Loka this session. I'm really glad to give Loka a little bit more screen time, a little bit more attention in general. And yeah, just really fun, really good role-playing all around. Obvious star of Peshmina Zaran in the greenhouse. That's just super cute, super fun, really great. I got to be big and boisterous NPCs today, and that was fun. That's just a good time. We get to have a festival, and festivals are cool. All right, Caroline.
Okay, start that entire scene starting off with Zoran and Pashmina. My heart, my soul. I love these two so much. I just get the ultimate brainworms with both of them, and my background on my phone is just them. I wish I was joking. It's just them. Major brainworms for them, and we got to get to that scene, and I'm so happy. Start. God, what? What were you saying?
I was just saying gee whiz.
Gee whiz.
Oh god.
Star, Carnival Games. I'm such a huge sucker for carnivals because I just grew up with them all the time.
It's fun.
So like this is just like such like a big comfort thing for me, funnily enough. It's just like the idea of this makes me so happy. I love it a lot, and they're honestly like all very fun. The few that we've gotten to so far have all been very enjoyable. Just so good. So good. Star, I can't fucking believe I got 2 perfect games.
Yeah.
I'm in
shit.
utter shock. So I just made new Zoran lore up on the spot where it's just like, oh yeah, I used to have to do this, haha. Just on the spot, because it's like, sure.
Zoran is good at archery now because
Apparently.
the dice said so.
Apparently. So, you know, that's just a thing. Start Loka doing his goddamn best with that drinking competition. He stuck it out to the end, and he did. Listen, a tie for first place is still first place. Lucas stays number 1.
You need a
Easy.
t-shirt that says, I survived the green death.
Real. Honestly, though.
Absolutely.
It was very good. It was very good. Hasan making a new friend. Very good. I love Hasan. I'm also glad that they have the materials for another legend lore. I am so curious of what they're gonna use it on now. I genuinely want to know what the next legend lore is going to be.
You want? Okay. I had several. I do have several options. I'm not quite sure which one to use it on yet.
You're so valid for that.
Options are, I think, were Ignith the Gifted Mind to be the author of the Necromancy Tome, and maybe
Good
more
one.
about him and the places of learning. Second would be Chancellor Navarro, the BBE.
Yeah.
BEG. Chancellor Navorak. And I think that was... Or just generally probably the Deafening War, who knows. Either way, there are
That'd be
plenty of
good.
options.
Honestly, all valid.
Yeah. Wow, yeah.
Which I guess goes in my wishes. I want to see that. Legend lore is such a good spell because it's honestly like a DM's dream where it's just like you want lore here. It's just continuous.
You want to hear about my theories?
Yeah.
No
like,
one ever asks
a
about my
dream.
theories.
It's a dream, and to have a character that's just like, it literally the spell was made for Hasan. Honest to God. So it's just perfect uses of it. I love it. I can't wait. Wish. I am very excited to see what this thing in the sky is. I have my gamer theories. However, they're not good, but I have my gamer theories. And they would be
Giants in the sky.
very interesting.
Haraxans have invented the ICMB.
Yes.
Zerial's coming back for round 2, baby!
Yo, let's go. Yeah, there's that, and Wish, I hope we can play again soon. I like that we've been playing really often, and I want to do it again. Thank you.
Just like other star, everyone still wants to play D&D, even though
I want to
Baldur
play
Gate,
D&D.
even though Baldur Gate is out now, people
Baldur
still want
Gate
to
is
play
no
D&D with me.
replacement.
I can't be my little gay twink boy. No, I want to be here. Here.
Me too. Alright, I did Caroline. Matt!
Stars. The half-elves are so hot. Sorry,
Wrong
that's
game.
Baldur's
Wrong
Baldur
game.
Gate, sorry, wrong game.
I mean, listen,
Wait,
listen,
is that a wish? Do you want me to make the half-elves hotter?
It can be true for both games. Like,
they're just so pretty to look at. It's not fair. Anyways, stars. I had a lot of fun this session. I had a lot of fun at the very beginning, which I should not be allowed to do, but y'all consistently are like, Loca, what do you want to do first thing in the morning? I don't know.
It's the best way to start. It gets us all hype. It's so good. It's like the warm-up, and you always fucking nail it.
Alright, we're kind of low energy at the start of the session. Hey, Loca, fuck something up.
All right.
You just make it so easy to get into headspace and character immediately. It's great. It's fantastic.
Well, that's very heartwarming because I'm always like, God, I don't know about this. What the fuck am I doing this for? Now I'm committed to it. I'm already 30 minutes into the bit. Shit, But it is always fun, which is good. The Pashmina Zaran conversation. Honestly, really every single part of this session. I was about to say episode. I was like, that's not quite the right word.
I almost always say episode accidentally.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
But I mean, it's just there's so much good shit that was going on. The festival was so much fun. I got way more invested than I needed to. In a thunder snail, and what was I gonna say? Playing Drunk Loca is
so
always
fun.
So much fun.
So good.
Cutie.
It's just so
That was
fun.
a delight to listen to.
There's a point where you just go, yes!
Also, the fact,
It's
the
like,
fact
I
that
love you.
Drunk Loca at full disadvantage is still actually doing pretty good at archery. I think it's just like emblematic of like, frankly, what level adventurers you all are at this point. Like, y'all are skilled individuals. It's very fun to see. Like, even drunk, Loca's like, fuck you, I got this.
I still scored 2/3 of the points, bitches. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, this whole session is just so much fun. Wishes. Nautiloid being introduced into the campaign. Concerning. I'm sure that's not what it is, but that was my immediate first thought, is that is an airship. Uh-oh. So I'm curious to see what that is and or who that is. I also just appreciated the Loca's nature nonsense is back. And I do intend to follow through on that. I just did not expect things to probably almost immediately when we start next session go ass up. So I do want to get back to that. And then the other thing is I know we had discussed a little bit about Loca's arc at the very, very beginning. And what his cloud was not necessarily emblematic of, because I don't think I anticipated that. But I think we wanted his arc to be very much about the people around you are the
Oops.
Who'd we lose?
Oh, there we go.
Where's EY?
Home internet crashed.
No.
I will just finish on the phone here.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
But shit, what was I saying? All right, yeah. So Loca's arc, I feel like he's on the teetering point. You know what I mean? Of finally getting to the place of not necessarily completing his arc, but this is the first time that the cloud has diminished. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think because of that, there's a path forward for Loca, whereas before I don't think that was as clear. I don't think it's clear still, but I am excited to kind of play to find out and to figure out how that's going to end for him.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we've got you, Eli.
Yeah. God, I'm tired and don't even know what to say. Stars. Carnival games, just freaking carnival games. The mini games are always fun in these sessions. We have a lot of fun mini games that we play, and I am happy that we do them. Freaking the sudden setup of the little racetrack was amazing, and it looks amazing. again, sorry, I am very tired. I'm losing my
Don't worry about
ability
it.
to properly. There was just a lot. Pretty much, I liked everything that happened this session. It was fun to roleplay. There were so many threads and so many irons on the fire, for lack of a better term. So there's a lot to do, and there's a lot to do, and it was so much fun to do everything.
Mhm.
Wishes.
Oh, yeah.
Thing that is coming in very fast. Very interested. Also wishes. I mean, I am also excited to do Legend Lore again, but that is not as much as excited as I am for whatever the heck is coming at us at an extremely high speed. I really do like, again, as Paul said, I will echo the whole festival with background drama is always fun. Yeah. It is also just fun to play Heisan. I'm happy I got to play. It was fun playing Heisan today.
Yeah.
It's on today.
Alright, and next person.
Caroline. No, we did Caroline already. Anna.
I mean,
Oh man. Wow. Good. Fucking great session. Much love to everyone who always indulges me when it comes to like trying to set things up or having these like long conversations or you are all appreciated. Good lord. It was a thing I had planned but not in detail. So I knew there was a chance of things going a certain way, but it's never trying to end at never trying to get to a certain goal. So it's always fun to just have that play out. And I appreciate the space to be able to do so. Star for the DM for the way that you play Will Morton. Because he's so cute. Oh my gosh.
He's just trying.
And I do also appreciate the sort of like subtler characterization, using the setting to characterize Ophustine a little more, just because she's so preoccupied, and I totally understand her personality would be much harder to really pin down. But I cute dorky dad. He's so much fun. Oh man. Just all of this feels indulgent to me because now we're finally doing all the things that I have background stuff and all of my boards and all of the people I've written and but also at the same time it's still fresh. Like there's still so much I don't know and can't really expect. So like as much as I tried to help with the Harvest Festival, so much of it is also just not mine, which makes it fun and interesting and new to me. And I appreciate that. That's nice. So here for Renaissance Oktoberfest Fair.
God, we gotta go to a Ren Fair sometime as like a group.
I know. Man. I don't know. It's hard to even have wishes right now because I feel like so much of it is already being fulfilled. So I'm just looking.
More of it then.
Yeah, just more. I'm excited for that conversation with Claude. That's gonna be a whole thing. I'm gonna speak this into existence now. I don't have to like get into it, but it's like I'm expecting a fucking invisible undead dragon. Just full stop. I think this is gonna be a show of strength.
Yeah.
Like I'm hoping. Okay, here's a wish. I'm hoping that while this is going to be stressful, this is going to be harrowing. It's on its way. I kind of hope that the Harvest Festival just doesn't get canceled all of a sudden. Like I don't know, like, but it's like part of me hopes that, like, even if things are, I mean, there's no way it's not a damper, but also, like, everyone came so far, and it's like, I hope we don't just all have to, like, pack up and stop having fun, but also, we'll see. Play to find out.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens next session. Thank you all very much for playing. And yeah, I'll get a when is good up post haste, basically. Thank you all very much for playing. Always makes my week. And yeah, have a good evening. Happy Baldurgate.
Happy Baldurgate.
Happy Boulder.
And we've officially dated the episode.
Good night.
Night night.
See ya.
Bye.
Night night.
Bye, everyone.